The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It was a decisive day one at the Super Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Alireza Firouzja hit the ground running, winning his first two games and drawing the third to claim a full-point lead over the field. There's a pack of four right behind him. Can he keep up the pace, or will he fall behind? Day two of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back to day two of the Super Rapid Blitz here in Zagreb, Croatia. Well, all of Croatia is buzzing as their soccer team prepares to take on Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal in a key World Cup matchup. But it is here one formerly injured player, Alireza Firouzja, who stands atop the leaderboard. To call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Nazi, Yasser, and Cristian.
Spectacular shots of beautiful Zagreb, Croatia, host of the 2026 Super Rapid Blitz, the third leg of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. Welcome back, chess fans, to day two here in the studio in St. Louis as we are getting ready to bring you all the action from Zagreb, Croatia, alongside my partners in crime, Yasser Seirawan and Nazi Paikidze. Day two action starts in just a second.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-host Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it's good to be back, huh?
Absolutely, what a great first day we had.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. Indeed, day one was a lot of fun, featuring a lot, 9 decisive games in all. And we have a clear tournament leader, Nazi. Do the honors. Standings after day one and 3 rounds.
Let's have a look. After first day of Rapid, we have a clear leader, and it's Frenchman Alireza Firouzja with 5 points. But closely following him are 4 players, Vincent, Keymer, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
See world champion Gukesh struggling there with a 50% score. Tell us about the format for the Super Rapid Blitz.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Time control for the Rapid portion is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. In Blitz, it will be 5+2. And scoring system, in Rapid, they get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw. In Blitz, it goes to Classical, 1 for a win.
Nice. And our remaining schedule?
Right, we are in day 2 of Rapid Chess. We have 2 more days of Rapid left. After that, on the weekend, we're going to watch some exciting Blitz, 18 rounds, and if there's no clear winner, we'll see playoffs.
Wonderful. And Cristian, we sure had an explosive start for day one.
Absolutely spectacular. So many decisive results and so many good games as well. But one name in particular stood out, and that was Alireza Firouzja. Let's take a look at the standings after day one and, of course, highlight our leader. As you can see, with 5 points, 2 victories, and 1 draw, Alireza Firouzja right now is dominating standings, but closely following behind, we have 4 players, Vincent, Keymer, Praggnanandhaa, and VL, who really needs to do well in this event, and, of course, the Dutchman Anish, Giri. And let's take a look at the road so far for our leader, Alireza Firouzja, because he started off guns blazing with a victory in round 1 with a white piece against Ivan Saric. That was not easy. In fact, he was lost out of the opening. Then he followed that up with a victory, a very convincing one, I might add, with black pieces. He needed to create separation against such a stable opponent that is Bogdan-Daniel Deac, and he played fast. He put a lot of pressure on the clock, and in the end that was decisive. And of course, in round 3 against Anish, Giri, he had some chances as well. Unfortunately for him, he did not find the right approach in that endgame. He was only able to make a draw. And let's take a look at what he had to say after such an incredible performance with Maurice.
We are with the clear leader at the moment after a day, Alireza Firouzja, having a great day. How did you feel you played today? A lot of times people see a result and they think, oh, he must have done well, but players are sometimes not satisfied with the way they play. Did you think you played well today?
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. I think it's never easy to win against Deac, especially with black. He's very good with white, so I'm happy I got that win. I think it was a very clean game, actually.
One last question: your foot. We saw it wasn't a great thing happening in your last event, but you're here now. How's the foot feeling?
No, it's getting better day by day. It's just about time, I think, and I'm doing all the right treatments, so now I'm able to walk at least. So I have some advantage.
Yeah, we're good to see that. We're happy to see you standing and playing good chess as well. Good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
So many storylines unfolding in Zagreb, and for more on that, we go to our co-commentators, Anastasiya and Maurice. Take it away.
Well, thanks, Cristian. Good thing Alireza is not a soccer player. He wouldn't be able to play in this event, but now he stands atop the leaderboard. Of course, here, soccer is on everyone's mind as the Croatian team is set to take on Portugal. But we've got excitement here with the chess going on. Tell us a little bit about what's happening here. You've been studying some of the real interesting facts.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, while the big stars are already playing in the venue when it's day number 2, we have also young rising players, rising stars next door, studying chess together with former world champion Garry Kasparov. It's a very special program for very talented kids from all around the world, and we can see Garry Kasparov himself teaching them chess. You can only dream about the session like this, and it will last for 2 days, and all the players are showing their games and explaining the moves, and it's a hard lesson to learn. These 2 young ladies are very famous in the chess world already, despite their young age. Anastasiya Karlovich became the European champion just a couple of weeks ago, and Bogdan-Daniel, she is famous English player, top female player of England, and she became famous after this viral video where she managed to defeat Gotham Chess. Many chess fans, of course, know her, and I think Maurice, the future of chess in the right hands right now. Maybe one day we will see these players competing at the stage of Grand Chess Tour.
Having Garry Kasparov going over your games sounds absolutely intimidating, especially that look he has. Well, a couple of players who may be feeling a bit intimidated, or at least going to have to perform, are 2 French countrymen, Alireza Firouzja and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You see them in the current standings doing quite well, but they're going to need to keep it up because they may have to actually win first place to have a chance to get into the finals. Because if you take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings, they did not do well in their first 2 events. Look at that. Only at 7 points. The leader, Fabiano Caruana, has 20 points, and he still has 2 events to play. This is their 3rd event. You see there, too, Wesley So at 15.5, Vincent Keymer at 13 after only 1 event. This is must-win territory. One of the Frenchmen is going to take that prize away from the other almost certainly, and they're going to have to perform extremely well. We'll be following the story and more here in Zagreb. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Maurice. And tell us about round 4 pairings coming up, Nazi.
Let's have a look. What do we have in the first round of today? Praggnanandhaa playing Jorden van Foreest. He had a slow start, but he's looking for a comeback. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek Abdusattorov,
who was our pre-tournament favorite, statistically speaking.
Absolutely. Then Vincent Keymer playing the sole leader Alireza Firouzja. That's the big matchup here.
Absolutely.
Anish Giri facing Ivan Saric, and world champion Gukesh against Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Fantastic. And they're fighting very hard, as we saw in day 1, for a big prize fund.
Indeed, they are. Total prize fund for this event is $200,000. First place winner takes home $50,000. Second place, 40. Everybody gets prizes. Huge thank you to all the sponsors.
Absolutely, and that fight for the GCT points, as Maurice highlighted, the top 4 finalists, biggest GC Tour point getters, will get to the finals, and players are feeling the pressure to perform. as we see the players taking their stage. And again, it is a beautiful venue. And I always felt as a player, whenever the organizers did such a great job with the venue, I just felt at home.
Yeah,
This
and
is great.
playing on stage with live audience, it always feels amazing.
I love it.
I think
I'm
we
going to
already have
start.
moves coming.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the game between Vincent and Alireza. Again, Vincent, the rookie in the Grand Chess Tour. I want to say it's his first time
What
as
a
a
rookie.
full.
He played his first event in Romania and won it.
Exactly. He is currently in second, a point behind Alireza.
But he could overtake him today if he wins.
Exactly. Knight f3, g3. Very flexible, I want to say, way of playing. Really, I give Vladimir Kramnik a big shout out because he really was pioneering this stuff. And he would oftentimes transpose into a Catalan with c4 and d4 as it's a very flexible start. Now, with the move d3, this is a kind of a prelude to a suggestion that I might be playing for e4 and the old King's Indian attack that Bobby Fischer
Reverse
made
covers,
famous.
right?
Yeah.
Generally e4, right? Because c4, if you want to do that, you're just simply going to play c4
At the start.
at this move,
Yes,
right? Without the
exactly.
preparation of d3. Now there are some issues with c4 as well, without the pawn on d3 and without any support, because black can go d4, but also black can take on c4 as
Exactly.
well.
I just want to point out that, is that correct that there's 11 million games in this position?
I think we have an 11
Sounds like a
million
lot.
game.
Sounds like a lot, but it could be.
There's
It
extra
could be.
3 digits in there, right?
Right.
I think these are all the games
Including
online.
Blitz, Bullet, everything. Yeah.
Everything
chess.com,
Still
all-
seems like
all
a
the
high number.
platforms.
I kind of feel like our digital footprint seems to be
It's
growing
increasing, yes,
exponentially.
every day.
Yeah, no novelties so far. And I see the 100% accuracy from both players. I'll argue, ooh, b6, maybe, no,
That's
the
a rare
accuracy.
move.
Well, now you can definitely consider c4 once again, because d takes c4 is no longer possible, or at least it's not going to be that good because of knight to e5. Maybe we can show that.
Sorry, yes, c4 is not, d takes c4.
You don't have
rather.
to worry about d takes c4 and those simplifications because of knight to e5. And
Oops.
that's a problem. Once you know, that's the consequence of the move b6. You weakened that diagonal for my bishop, and you need one more move to secure that.
I was just going to say, seriously, when I was a kid, fianchettoing my bishop on g2.
That's a dream.
This is actually the
That's
dream.
a dream,
I
right?
mean, you know, like when anybody ever fell for that kind of a tactic, I just felt like I was on the moon. You know, it was so nice.
Yeah, as
the
a
bishop
Catalan
on
player, I
ambush.
always have my bishop on g2, but I never
Right.
get this.
Never, never.
It's always closed.
For sure, the move b7, b6 is trying to discourage the move e4. But why can't I play e4? Like if you
I do think
take,
it's playable.
oh, for sure.
Bishop b7 now?
Bishop b7, knight c3. I don't think I'm getting any real advantage, but I don't know. Bishop is maybe a little bit
Black also
vulnerable.
hasn't committed any sins
Any
yet.
sins? No, that is for sure.
So black should be also fine.
Okay, well, we're going to wait to see how Vincent handles b7, b6. Nazi,
Yeah, this is a crucial matchup as Firouzja's in clear first at the moment and Keymer is chasing him. But I think we should check this MVL game against Nodirbek because they're blitzing out this very sharp
Whoa.
Sicilian line. Let's catch up with the players.
Wow, that happened really fast. Let's see how. This is an English attack, I'm guessing. Sorry, I have to go
Is
back.
Najdorf with, yes, the English
Let me
attack.
just go back to very beginning here. We'll take it from the top. So I'm so used to seeing MVL on the black side of the Najdorf, and it's kind of nice to ask MVL a question. If you were white
What would you do?
in the Najdorf, what would you do? And Maxime's answer is, I would play like this, b5. And at one moment, this was the rage. And I remember Kasparov and Grishuk and many others actually having, really long theoretical discussions. Bishop takes
Going on for years and years.
E5. So I'm guessing this is all the latest and greatest because both players are blitzing like
Yeah, I
they
think
know.
Rook B8 was a new move, but there were not too many games before that either. So we're in new territory.
Well, check this out too. I mean, after the move Queen A7, do you immediately think of Rook G4? Like what?
Absolutely not. That's such a
No.
computer move.
It truly is. And Bishop E2. So the players again have blitzed their way to this ending, and I'm just gonna.
I think this is the first pause Maxime has taken. He had 27 minutes at some point, gained more than 2 minutes
Wow.
on the clock. So he aimed for this endgame. What do you think, Yasser? Do you like White's chances? It's very comfortable.
Well, I must say it's a dynamic ending. It's not like, oh, it's equal or something like that. No, I think both players have their trumps. Especially, I do like the bishop on e5. I think that the dark squared bishop, pawn on h6, I don't think is that vulnerable in the sense I can quickly defend it, and the knight is not jumping to g3 and f5 anytime soon because there's e6. If the knight doesn't have a good outpost, like put the knight on d5 and make it permanent,
Sure.
I like what?
But he'll be kicked out
Yeah,
later.
but here I'm thinking the minor piece actually favors black, and I don't know.
So close to equal slight edge for White, but we'll see what Maxime can do with this position.
Christian, jump in on this one. Is this, to your mind, how top professionals play these openings? They go right from the opening?
Look at the clock. Yes, sir.
Right from the
25
opening?
minutes for both of these players. They definitely know what they're doing, and
Yeah.
both of them are sort of comfortable with the situation right now. White is going to have a push, slight pressure for the rest of the game, obviously because of that pawn on h6. That's the weakness in the position, and he just believes that with enough pressure, he might be able to create some separation. Also, at the same time, Nodirbek thinks that after analyzing, I'm sure he analyzed this at home, given that he's playing so quickly, he feels comfortable with the situation in this endgame. He feels the position is simplified enough for him to not have too many issues. And to be honest, even if he loses that pawn on h6 somehow, the difference between a bishop and a knight in an open position maybe is going to play into black's favor as well, and he will be able to create some compensation for that. Again, it is White who is trying to set up enough pressure against the pawn on h6 to create an advantage. But another game that I was following, and I do think that this one is going to be quite interesting for the rest of the round, is the one between two of the most creative players, especially in the opening phase that we have in this tournament, and that is Pragg versus Van Foreest. And they did not disappoint out of the opening. Pragg was like, okay, let's play a gioco piano. We're not going to go into any crazy stuff. Take a look at this. D6, C3, and this is why generally D6 is not considered to be one of the main moves. One of the main moves is bishop to C5. You can also go knight to F6, but D6 is considered quite passive, specifically for this reason, because right now I'm not going to go D3 the way they usually play the gioco piano, D3, then C3, then we strike in the center with D4. I can just simply go C3 first. But this was his idea. This was Van Foreest's idea, to go F5 directly, super aggressive early on in the game. This is only move 4. And D3, Queen to F6, this is modern chess. This is how modern chess is being played and is being prepared at the top level nowadays. Knight to E7, quite an important move. You might be wondering, why not just simply take on F5 first? Well, this would be a double attack, and in fact, you probably resign very soon after. I'm attacking the pawn on B7 and the knight on G8, so huge difficulties to defend both. Knight E7, he already knew this move, and G4, he said, you know what? I'm not giving you my pawn back. I just want to hold on to that pawn and don't attack it. Don't try to disrupt it with H5 because your queen is getting trapped if you do that. So the typical way of playing with H5 and trying to create an attack against the pawn on F5 and undermine White's position does not work. So you have to first address that problem. You can do that in two ways. One of them is H6, to defend against bishop g5, and one of them is d5, which was played in the game by Jorden, and I do think we have two more moves, bishop to g5 and queen to d6. g4, that's very ambitious from Prague, and right now Jorden got exactly what he wanted. Somewhat of a crazy, imbalanced position out of the opening.
I have to ask you the crucial question. h7, h5 now, isn't white overextended on the
After
queens?
bishop to b5, h5 is a move, but there are ways to, in fact, hold on to the pawn, and that is
Really?
knight to h4.
h5, knight to h4.
Yes, yes, which is
Wow.
not such an easy move to spot, right? But it does make sense, because after queen takes g4, I am still protected against your attack on my pawn on f5, and it doesn't seem like you have a great way to continue the pressure against that pawn. So there's no queen coming. g6 doesn't really, maybe g6 works, but then I have bishop takes e7.
Right.
That's a problem,
Right.
right? So you have to play it slowly, maybe bishop to d7 and then long castle, but I can do that as well, and I'm still a pawn up. So that might be a bit problematic.
What a crazy line. And
yeah.
I don't think either of these players have started improvising yet. They're still playing the preps, or they've seen analysis with an engine.
The best move, in fact, right now, a6, sure, but h6, with the idea that you were mentioning, h5, but it's an improved version. h6, bishop h4, and now h5.
No,
You're
knight
taking
h4.
away the square away
That's so subtle.
from the knight.
That's
So
clever.
there's still a lot of minute details that we and the players need to take into account when making their next decisions. But this one is going to be a barn burner.
Well, for me, it's a surprise that Prague was aware of the f7, f5 idea, because
He
it's
prepares
such a
this type
rare,
of stuff also.
It's a rare bird to begin with, right? And then to be ready to take on f5 and play g4.
Yeah, well, I'm not
Wow.
100% sure this is his preparation, to be honest.
Okay.
But on the other hand, if you're not in your prep, would you play g4 at the board?
Maybe
be
thinking
very
that you're
brave.
taking your opponent away from his prep.
Right.
Good point.
With such a crazy move. Look, and it's visually appealing. I mean, you do have a big threat in the position to go bishop g5 and trap
the
that
queen.
So
Yeah.
it's tempting to just simply go g4 and say, okay, show me how you're going to recapture that pawn on f5.
We do have bishop d7, and the players are
And now this
really in
this
the
seems
tough
to be already quite good for white right now.
quite good
After
for white.
knight to d2, yes. Bishop to d7 seems to be a soft and perhaps timid move.
And I'm guessing white's supposed to castle long as well? Not sure?
I think
Are we
so.
gonna-
I think so. Yes, it seems safer on that side. It just looks
There
slightly
was an
safer.
arousing cheer when you said that. There was
At the
a
same
long
time,
pause.
I mean, it could be that white just wants to castle short. I'm seeing both of those moves flashing
Incredible.
in some variations that I'm following.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Cristian. Let's go over to Maurice and hear his thoughts.
Well, I'm so enjoying that game and the analysis you guys are throwing out. You know, we always get attracted to pawn formations and setups that we rarely see in this kind of spirit of the old days, reverse King's Gambit, if you will. Who sees that in the 21st century? I know, Cristian, you said this is modern chess, but it's almost like old wine in new bottles. But looking at that line, I just wanted to point out one variation where I blundered in my analysis because I couldn't interact with you guys, but I interacted with the engine and it said, Pshaw, that's stupid. Let's take a look at this position right here. And you pointed out this line for black, h5 is possible, and now the move knight h4. And I wondered after takes, well, wait a second, couldn't I sack on f5? Here's an idea. And if knight takes, my queen hanging, sure, but I have this move queen to g6. I was quite proud of myself until the engine said, hey, dummy, I can just play knight back to h4, and your queen is hanging as well. That line doesn't work. Okay, we back up just one move. So I wondered, okay, what would the engine play in this position? And it's not every day you see the move knight to g6. What? That's a visual, as Yasser would say. What kind of move is this? If knight takes, now white has to face this queen sacrifice, and after takes and takes, although white is the one who is up a pawn here, the engine said,
this is actually better for black. Hello, the G6 pawn is weak. There's a great H file, and black will develop easily with the center as well. So a fascinating line. And the point of knight G6, by the way, is if you just calmly develop, then knight takes, bishop takes, and again, G6 exploiting the pin in a weird way. Of course, this time you cannot take because you simply lose the bishop on H4. A fantastic position, so interesting. One we would love to just go deeper and deeper into the analysis. The players don't have that luxury, as we now see the move bishop to D7 not consider the best move. And queen to E2 played, not knight BD2. As I make mistakes, I can assure you, even though these players are big stars, they'll make mistakes too, because this position is indeed weird. Some kind of funny concoction that really comes from a long, long time ago. We'll see how the players handle this one in this very entertaining game. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. I went back during your analysis to the game between Vincent and Alireza because I was really curious how Vincent was going to follow up with the D3. Was he going to go for E4 or C4? Well, he answered the question. He did play C4. And after C4, bishop B7, he captured on D5. Now, in these positions, for me, I think it's very routine to recapture with the pawn. The idea is that you will then castle short, and you will aspire to play the move D5, D4, C5, and so on. Alireza actually recaptured with the knight, and for me that was a surprise because these positions where you get to plant a knight on C6, I always considered these very dangerous positions for black.
But can white keep the knight on C6 long term?
Well, I have to defend against the threat of knight to
so
C5.
Vincent just played D4?
Absolutely.
Look at this, Yasser. Black can still play knight C5. You just stopped me from playing knight C5.
That's a visual. Knight
sure
to C5.
Both of these players can easily spot that, and after you take, the idea is queen D7, I pin your knight on C6 and get it back.
And now we understand the necessity for bishop F6, because otherwise I would move my queen with a gain of tempo to capture the pawn on G7. But since it's defended, I don't have a good, I'm looking, I don't have a good discovery.
You can play E4 maybe, but bishop C6 is a tempo move, so you don't get to take my knight.
No, I don't. Yeah. Wow.
It's a very interesting position. But I think Alireza needs to find knight C5, right? Because without it, he will be sitting in a passive position.
Precisely. But knight C5, that is a real surprise. I mean, I'm still coming
Looking at Vincent's face, I think he's calculating exactly that. Because like, I just played D4. How can he still play knight C5?
Right. I remember a game I had with Viktor Korchnoi where I made a move that was deliberately designed, like that had one purpose and only one purpose. You cannot play knight C5. And Viktor went knight C5. I was like, how dare you, you know. That's a good move, knight C5. And I think Vincent is now becoming aware that it's playable.
Cristian, do you think Alireza will find it?
For sure, yes.
For sure.
I do think he's perhaps looking at it. But again, you never know what's going on through their mind. Now, I'm in complete shock because I'm looking at this game, Anish Giri versus Ivan Saric, and I'm seeing the computer eval. And it gives black a completely winning advantage after this move C3. To my eyes, to my naked eye, without looking at the engine, this looks somewhat balanced. Nothing has happened. Nobody has a material advantage. Queen takes E3, but C3 seems to have been such a bad move from a strategical point of view because you're weakening this pawn on D3, and now you have two weaknesses in the position, two big weaknesses in the position, the pawn on A4 and the pawn on D3, and also black has the opportunity later on to launch an attack on the king side, given that he has so much space on that side. So what Ivan should have done in this position after queen to E3, what white is trying to do is perhaps play D4. D4 is going to allow him not only to break up in the center and maybe correct his pawn structure, but also take away this very important square for the knight coming to C5 and attacking those weaknesses that I was just mentioning. What he had to do was play rook to e8, a simple move, because d4 right now is going to be very difficult to make because of the weakness on the pawn on e4. You have to take back with the rook. Look at your pawn structure. This is terrible for white. So rook to e8 would have been the right move, and then slowly but surely build up your advantage, maybe even strike on that side with the move f5 in the future. The computer says minus 1.5.
Wow.
That's a huge advantage. And nobody has any material advantage in the position, so it's a bit shocking. I'm sure if you ask the players what they thought the assessment is in this position after the game, nobody would say minus 1.5.
Right.
So we have the move queen to c5. Still a good position for black, because guess what? If you go into the endgame, once again, we're at -2 in the position. Black has a winning advantage. You're just simply going to lose one of those weaknesses in this one. So queen to c5, I'm sure right now Anish is thinking, what have I done? He's starting to realize that his position, he doesn't have any ideas in the position, no dynamic plan, no way to get to my king despite the fact that the b file is open. The king on c8, castle long is so safe in these positions. So after queen to f3, you have a couple of options. The best move seems to be queen back to e7 with the same idea. I really want to stop you from playing d4 with the rook coming to e8 and then plant the knight on c5. That's not the square for the queen on c5. So go back. That's probably a difficult move to make given that you just played queen to c5. So I'm expecting something else. But how do you defend that pawn on f7? Maybe f6, yes. And perhaps that's the way to play. But now I do have time to reroute this knight to b3 from where I will be having a very close side to that square on c5 and also support the move d4. So things are turning if you play this move f6. And you're creating weaknesses of your own as black, this pawn on f6. So I don't like this move. I like queen to e7. But from a humorous perspective, this is going to be a very difficult decision to make given that you just came from that square.
Thank you, Cristian. Yeah, I think it's because of the tournament situation, right? Anish is currently sharing second while Ivan is in clear last. So Anish wanted to get a game where he can press for a win. But sometimes that backfires.
Yeah, when it does, you feel terrible.
I remember that happening to Anish in Bucharest against Bogdan.
Yeah, exactly.
He really wanted to win that one with the black pieces. He got a better position, or maybe was he with white?
He was a little bit better and then overpushed.
Overpushed and
missed
lost.
idea,
He was with the black pieces, I remember now, yes.
Speaking of Bogdan-Daniel Deac, I'm going to go to the game of our world champion, Gukesh. Again, Gukesh didn't have a great day by his standards. He's the world champion. He's expecting, lofty things of himself.
But he did defend a worse position against Prague very well yesterday.
That was a highlight, but yeah, still, you're kind of like wanting more.
He wants to get on a winning streak.
Yeah. Very dynamic position. You don't see this kinds of structures of okay, black has a majority on the center queen side, white majority on the king side, but the pawn on f7 missing. And this knight on e6 desperately wants a better square. And I'm thinking the knight to c5 in order to bring the bishop and eventually to try to play knight to e4 is black's idea. Bishop to d3 invites knight c5?
It does with a tempo. Would you say black has completely equalized yet, or?
That's a funny thing. Whenever you have these positions with imbalances of these structures, you can't say equal anymore. Sometimes you say, no, black skipped equality, went directly into an advantage, or the other way around. It depends on your evaluation after knight to c5. If I capture
for some reason,
c5,
Engine's not loving immediately knight c5, as you were suggesting, Yasser. I'm not sure why.
Maybe it just feels that white's control over the e line.
Yeah, maybe it considers it premature. White controls e file. Black still hasn't developed the queen side at all, while white moves are coming very smoothly now.
Exactly. Happy moves. Queen d2, rook e1. And again, for our world champion Gukesh, it's very important that when he does play in these Grand Chess Tour events that he distinguishes himself and says, guys, just remember, I'm the world champion. I know I've got a world championship match coming up at the end of the year. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And statistically speaking, after day one, how did it change?
Let's see, we'll probably take a look at the pie chart. Before the event, it was Abdusattorov who was favorite to win because he's world number 2 in Blitz ratings right now.
MVL?
MVL and Firouzja, 2 Frenchmen on the top. We know they're great Rapid and Blitz players. And then
everybody else had 5%. All right, but after day one, huge changes. Firouzja.
Nodirbek did not have a great day. Firouzja, of course, is the favorite. He's in sole lead, 42.5% for him. But MVL not that far off, 31.3%.
I'm looking at this and I'm surprised that Vincent, who at this exact moment is only 1 point behind Firouzja.
Yeah, Vincent deserves more respect here.
Yeah, exactly. 2% chance. Sounds like a good one to support there. All right.
We should actually go to that Vincent and Alireza game because we left it where Alireza had to play that funny-looking knight c5 move. He did not play it.
He went for a6.
He missed the moment because now after Vincent's last move e4, you're not going to get the same ideas again.
Right. Okay. So b7, b5, obviously stopping the connection between queen and knight. The queen
C2.
normally would drop back to c2. Let me just see this position. Captures, captures, knight to b4. It's not like the queen has that many squares, right?
Sitter is good enough.
Well, okay.
But he has e5, right?
You know what I wanted to do, obviously, was capture. Yes, but there is e5, and that's very, very strong. That's actually simply winning. So queen c2, are we going to see? Okay.
Maybe knight e7, just trying to trade it.
e5 still rocks my world.
I can take knight c6.
Bishop c6, but this is...
Or maybe take on even f6. It needs to be calculated.
But this is one of those Catalan-like positions where I'm sitting on the c6 square and I'm not allowing
this is
break
really
c5.
not fun.
This is really good.
It's not fun, and it's the type of position that Vincent loves to grind.
Don't we all? And how do these two match up, Nazi?
Let's have a look. There's two young stars, although Vincent pointed out they're not young anymore.
They're not so young.
Well, they've only played one rapid game, which is a shocker, and Alireza won that one game.
I would have said that it would have been 20, 30, you know, like they play so often on the tours, online as well. Don't forget, there's a lot of competitions.
They even play chess 960 a lot.
Right, for sure.
So Cristian, after knight e7, what is Vincent supposed to do? Is e5 the best option? And how big is his advantage at the moment?
Right now, it's about 1 point advantage with that move e5, but also d5. Both of these options are possible right now, and perhaps we can check my board because I do have the final couple of moves: queen to c2, e4, knight to e7, knight to e7, and this is the position that we have: d5 or e5. Both of these options, and this is exactly what he's pondering at this particular moment. Now we looked at e5. Let's take a look at d5 as well, because it does make sense. Now you basically cannot touch, or at least it's going to be very difficult to touch that knight on c6. If you take with the knight, of course, you resign on the spot. You get the fork, and the bishop is trapped as well. So what do you do in this position? There's so much tension. Perhaps you can take with the bishop, but having this pawn on c6, giving up the bishop pair, even when you take that pawn on c6, and I play the move e5, opening up this monster on the light squares, this is really not looking good from an objective and a practical perspective for black either. So after d5, let's say you go castle, but then I have a lot of options. One of them being just continuing my development with the move knight to d2, rook to e1 option as well, knight takes e7, even though I don't really want to take that knight on e7, I want to keep the knight on c6. So that's option number one. Option number two is the move e5, which is a bit more strategic, and I do think that this is going to be his choice as well, because now you're forced to take on c6, either with the knight or with the bishop. Let's say with the bishop, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, and we get exactly into the position that we were checking earlier. I have an easy play right now. Bishop e3, knight c3, knight to e4, and then the pressure down the c file is going to be arriving in a position.
Precisely.
How do you displace my queen from c6? Knight b8 is not possible. Even after you castle, let's say I go knight to c3. There's no knight b8. You lose the rook on a8. So you have to get that ready. The dream situation for black would be this queen moves away, and I get to play c5 as black. I get to liberate my position. But that's going to be very difficult to achieve. So this one is looking good for Vincent. He's spending a lot of time on this decision.
He did
But I do
play.
think
He played e5.
Yes,
sometime.
yes, he played e5.
Yeah.
Which we sort of expected. It's the right call. I think you don't want to change the character of the position. You have a nice strategical advantage, got exactly what you wanted out of this Catalan structure, and right now it's time to grind.
Nice. This can change up the standings of the tournament completely, Vincent. Of course, it's still very early to say he's winning this, but if he does win, wow, what a turnaround that will be.
For sure. And by the way, I'm a bit surprised by Alireza's choice to play bishop takes e6 and to force essentially the white's queen on the c6 square. No, sorry, I don't think that's happened. I think it was
He took
knight
with the bishop first and then with the knight. And now Vincent actually has stopped because he's probably considering to take maybe the bishop. What are your thoughts, Maurice?
Well, I'm actually looking at another game, and you know, it often happens that we get good opening positions against our opponents. You may be thinking like this is a nice one. I'm going to squeeze my guy, and especially if they're higher rated than you are. Well, the local hero, Ivan Saric, had such a position, as you all pointed out earlier, but Anish Giri has completely turned that game around, and the trend is positive in his direction. And we're talking about a shakeup of the leaderboard. If Anish wins this game and Firouzja loses, well, Anish is going to be at least tied for first. So take a look at what happened here. Cristian pointed out that queen c5 was not the ideal way to play. The center was the whole thing. You had to suppress the possibility of d4. And this is a very deep move. It reminds me of Aaron Nimzovich talking about suppressing the pawn structure. I know Yasser's favorite book, who always just, of course, My System, and the idea of suppressing this kind of advance because the pawn is hanging, as you all pointed out earlier. However, queen c5, looking to trade queens. Anish played the move queen to f3, attacking the pawn and retreating to e7 is so counterintuitive, though it was necessary. He decided to blast out with the move f5, which he thought, okay, I'm supposed to be attacking, given that it's kings castled on opposite sides of the board. But this did not really meet the needs of the moment. And here he then continued with this move, and suddenly Anish was back in business. Knight b3, get your queen out of there, putting it on the same file as my rook. Well, the move you were worried about has now landed on the board, d4. And not only has white gotten this big center, white even fixed the pawn structure. And suddenly it's clear whose attack is faster, although white doesn't have a big edge here, but you can already feel the trend, the threat of c5 at some point, breaking up that side of the board, and it is white for choice. The game, let me just get to the live position. The game did continue with takes, and rook f4, a move the engine absolutely does not like. These are natural-looking moves by black, and somehow not good. Simple retreat will be all that's necessary, and the threat of c5 is getting even bigger because of queen to a6 with check. Chess is such a hard game, even for world-class players, but the best of the best, to beat them, it's not good enough to get a good opening. You got to get a great middle game, and a lot of times be precise in the end game as well. And they show just why they're at the top of the food chain. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Talking about being back in business, Alireza's back in business.
Yeah, there's a big mistake by Vincent.
Trying to figure out what did Vincent miss and miscalculate.
I'll show you.
It's all forcing moves.
Yeah, after knight takes c6, we were looking at the strategic recapture on c6, queen takes c6, and I really liked Vincent's position very much after that. Instead, he felt very ambitious. He captured on f6, anticipating that after captures on g7, he was going to be winning a pawn after queen takes h7. And indeed, at first blush, You know,
great.
this pawn on g7, you've got this, until you see one ply further, until you see the move queen b7 with a very nasty threat of mate in 1.
It's cold shower when you see queen b7.
Right. Then you go, uh-oh, I've got to deal with queen b7. If I play a move like rook e1, there's knight f3. If I play a move like knight c3, well, knight f3 check is one idea, but just the fact that we can just stop here and say, whoa, knight, oh.
Well, here I would have queen e4, but
Oh, sorry, queen
you can
e4.
just take
You go
my
knight
queen,
f3
right?
in this position, of
Knight
course,
f3
right?
check.
And then you win
And
like
knight
that.
g5, yeah.
No,
After knight to
that's
g5.
just an immediate win of the queen. Ooh. No,
He
sir.
has taken the pawn on
Oh,
h7.
he did?
He's
He
walking
did
right
not
into
bail out
this.
with queen to e4.
He has
He's
missed.
trying to continue the trend, but queen b7 right now, if he finds it,
missed it.
Alireza, I mean, he's better.
Yeah,
Borderline winning after
Winning.
queen to b7.
And let's show the audience why the rook on g8 is not hanging. What if we take both rooks?
Exactly.
We don't have time to take both rooks.
Captures one rook, captures another rook, and there's a mate in
between
1.
move, checkmate.
Queen b7 is on the board, guys.
Wow, he played it so fast.
I think this is a cold shower right now for Vincent. And look at his clock as well. Alireza has been blitzing out his last few moves, seems to have calculated absolutely everything. And Vincent, he just missed this move.
Yeah,
He's
it's
in
a
complete
Look
shock
at
right now.
Alireza
He just
drinking
missed
water.
this move.
yeah.
That's a
Yes.
sign he knows, oh, I've got this now.
He's not going to resign. Like, he's not completely losing in the position. You still have the very strong move, rook to d1. But take a look at
And we're
this.
seeing Vincent's road ahead. Right now, he's facing Alireza and he's losing, but after that, he has 2 wild cards coming up, Ivan Saric and Bogdan-Daniel Deac. He could have had kind of a nice day if he did well
Score.
in this
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But again, shades of what happened in Poland as well. He started out very well. In this one, he started out very well, but he did play the lowest players in the event. So if he loses this one, well, he's going to be losing some confidence as well.
The point is, I think we're so hardwired to these variations. When you play captures on g7 and rook g8, and you go captures on h7, we're so, as human players, the threat of takes on
you
g8
have to
is so
defend
strong.
it.
You're either going to play king e7,
Knight
you're going to play
f6.
knight f6 or something like
I
that.
think he was looking at knight f6.
Of
I think he was
course.
just calculating knight f6.
And you just, the move queen b7, it's a blind spot, because again, we're so fixated on our own idea.
He's about to make a move f3 just to avoid checkmates, but now Alireza is free to castle.
Perfect move, but right now after castle, my play is so easy in the position. Castle, now you have to defend the pawn on f3. How are you going to do that? I think he just wants to go queen to e4. The problem is you don't have time to go queen to e4 because I exchange the queens and I go knight c2. You lose the rook.
And of course, his accuracy has dropped below 90% just because of that one move, queen takes h7.
Alireza is blitzing out his moves.
This game ended in a draw, MVL and Nodirbek. The end game they went to straight from the opening. I guess MVL didn't find any chances.
They bypassed the middle game.
They did, straight to the end game.
A draw in that one. But again, we are focused on our tournament leader, Alireza, as he's playing Vincent. And you might make an argument that Vincent is leading the GCT tour at the moment. So this is actually a huge game. Now, again, f2, f3 castles, from my perspective, if I'm Alireza, I'm absolutely dreaming of knight to e5 and knight takes f3 check and just mashing.
It's not even a dream. It's going to happen. I can't stop you.
Well, I wanted to say for that reason, I thought the move knight d2
I'll
was
still play
forced.
knight e5.
And you'll still play knight e5. I was going to go queen e4 and close my eyes.
I take on f3.
Take on
the check?
f3.
Yes.
How's like this?
Yes.
And then
take
you
again.
take the queen. I got you. Sorry. So I can't even, I don't have the defense.
You don't have time. You're completely busted right now.
And he's down to 4.5 minutes now. While Alireza's cruising with 13 minutes in a great position.
Also, this is the type of position Alireza loves, this type of dynamic position in which all he gets to do is calculate, and you can see his focus. And I was talking about his focus yesterday as well. I feel like we're seeing a very focused Alireza in the last few months, especially after Bucharest.
I can only talk to amateur players at these at such moments. Players ask me, what did I do wrong? Why did I lose this game as white? And it's the question that the amateurs ask, and I say, well, what did you do with your pieces? Oh.
Not clear as day.
You know, if it was an amateur on the white side, I would say, well, wait a minute, what is this guy's rating? You know, like they just didn't. This is Vincent Keymer, one of the strongest players in the world, you know, eschewing development. Who needs development? I don't want no stinking development.
And he was doing so well.
Wow.
If he just took on c6 instead.
Exactly. Huge strategic mistake. As we sent it to you, Maurice.
Yes, indeed. Vincent Keymer is no amateur. As we know, sometimes you just misassess a position, but it's based on seeing moves and seeing this one individual move. And I'd like to jump away from this game just quickly for the other game we were following, because no amateur indeed is Anish Giri, but he missed a devastating blow he could have inflicted on his opponent. And in this game, you take a look, the moment occurred, we were talking about this as Queen E2 did get played, and then the doubling of rooks, the pawn on F2 is threatened. But it's not like it's mate down here, and also you get a free move. And that move we've been talking about is the move C5. He could have just played it in this position. He would have had a massive advantage. I think his fear was Queen D5, hitting the knight and hitting F2 still. Queen A6 may not seem to land anywhere. Well, certainly don't play king to A8, because bam, knight takes on A5 would suddenly wake you up, opening up the B file, and your king is going to get destroyed. But if you move the king to D8, and this must have been what that Anish was analyzing, now the king has moved over. Looks almost like Queen A8 is powerful, but you might want to just play one move. This is all he had to see. After C5, Queen A6, rook to E1. And again, the big deal is if you take on F2, that this check is collecting food and takes, and now king to D7, and this is probably where he did not find the next move, because remember, he's being mated. So he had to find this incredible check and then this move, and suddenly the king has to disconnect the rooks. If you try to play this move here, then rook to E1 with check, your rook on F2 is hanging at the end of the line. This is a fine piece of calculation he had to do. He backed off of this and didn't play this move. Instead, after rook to D8, rook to D to F8, he played F3. And this was some relief for his opponent, but instead, king to B8 played, worrying about the C5 break, and now Anish is back in business with this move, rook over to B1. It's just move by move. They're not amateurs, folks. It's just the pressure of the moment. Sometimes you miss moves. Guys?
Yeah.
Thank you, Maurice. That was a great line with C5. Yeah.
It as they say, it plays itself, right?
But looks like Anish still in total control of that position. Meanwhile, we haven't checked how Prag's doing, who is sharing second.
Indeed, I've just been catching up with the players, and boy, a lot of development has occurred following that whole F5 queen
Crazy
bishop G5.
opening.
Yeah, and it seems like Jorden has actually messed up White's king side. Remember, Pragg had the pawn on G4 and F5. Jordan's managed to play H5 and H takes G4. That's a really, really great relief for him. And I think he's doing very well, actually. The position that I've reached, the current position, I mean to say.
You like it for white?
No, I like it for black.
Really?
Yeah. Oops. Well, I guess it was I thought right here. Just a second. Did I get this
says
wrong?
black has no compensation for that pawn.
Now, white is almost winning.
Well, after this move, yes. But hold on, where was it that
I will
thought
show
it was
you.
right here.
I will show you. It was not easy. He was never better. Black was never better. And
Never
in fact,
better.
No, I think he had a very difficult way of maintaining equality in this position. And in fact, at this point, he had to play the move bishop to F6. What he had to understand is that the rook needs to stay on H3. So I'm going to recapture on D3 with the other rook. bishop to f6, perhaps. We can see it on my board. Knight to e4. And it does seem like if you take right now on d3, this is just going to be a transposition. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take with the other rook. And it's quite important that I take with that rook, because once you take on g4, now I go back to d5, but my rook on d3 is no longer en prise. So I'm immediately attacking the pawn on f5. It's a very, very small detail, but it makes a world of difference in the position. And right now, I'm just simply getting the momentum that I need to attack your weaknesses in the position. What he did was rook h d3, but right now, for example, if you play bishop to f6, I will take on g4, and if you go rook to d5, you're not threatening anything. In fact, I will play c4, and I'm going to say, go away. Go back to d8 in this position. And then I'm going to take on f6. And then, once I clear the way, so for example, you go rook d7, I take, now the h-pawn is just going to run down the board. It doesn't have a counterpart on a file next to it on g7 that would have been able to stop it. So I'm just simply going to go
great
h4.
position. Sorry to interrupt you, Cristian.
Yes.
We got to jump to the main game, Vincent against Alireza. Vincent down to 35 seconds in a completely lost position.
Yeah, that one is not looking great for
Alireza
Vincent.
about to win another game.
Wow. I mean, he started off with 2 victories on the first day, drew his 3rd game, but to win with black to start day 2, that would be
against one of
huge.
his most in shape rivals as
Right.
well, because Vincent is coming off back-to-back victories. This is a statement victory for Alireza. And he does it again with so much confidence. Look at the time difference, guys. He's been blitzing out his moves. He
10
had
minutes
12
to 40
minutes.
seconds.
10 minutes ago. And, you know, Vincent spent all his time while Alireza was just simply calculating and making decisions so quickly.
Well, what to say? I mean, we can just look at the pieces, the active knights on e5 and d4 versus the rook on b1, the bishop. So we take on g7.
So many winning moves here. I like rook g7, but Yasser, I think Alireza is calculating f4.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He did take on g7, though, but he was looking at it.
Yeah, the alternative was f4, playing for the maximum.
But there's no rush. He's threatening f4 now. What is White going to do?
I know, if White isn't playing b3 and bishop b2, which looks so incredibly slow.
Yeah, you're playing on the queen side while your king is getting mated.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, suggestions are not easy here, but I feel like I have to do something to protect my king. I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to go about doing it. Rook f2, just, looks grim, actually.
Absolutely. f4 on the board now.
What did he play, by the way, after?
He
He did
was
play
b3?
b4, actually.
Sorry, yes, before f4, queen e4 is on the board, and now I think the tactic of knight f3 still exists, but also just taking on g3.
Yeah, no, taking on g3 works easily. But you didn't you can't.
Yeah, nice tactic.
Yeah, knight takes d2. You caught
Still
me
works.
Earlier with that, and why? How? What does Vincent do after, for example, knight takes?
I think it's a couple of moves and then you resign. You take with the rook.
Okay.
Allow queen e4.
Okay. I have to.
Of course, we have to take back. Knight f3 check. King comes out to g. I don't even know where f2 might be.
Oh, f2.
But Alireza is going more direct, taking on g3. I like this even more.
Yeah. There's simplicity too by Alireza's decision. I mean, White's king is just being pried open. Oof.
Oh yeah, rook g3 coming with the check, and you have to walk to f2. But then the rook takes f3 and just absolutely game over.
Yeah, that's a nice one, by the way. That's a visual finish.
Vincent was looking away, which is a sign. It's like, yeah.
I don't want to see it.
I don't want to
anyway.
look at my own position.
You know, usually it happens after the move 40. You've been blitzing, and the arbiter says, okay, you've reached the time control, and then you look and you go,
There we go. There's a handshake.
ugh. That's
Big
just
sigh
awful.
of relief for Alireza because he was in trouble out of the opening, but what a turnaround, a huge victory. Congratulations, Alireza.
Absolutely. Just going back to that moment where it was this he didn't play queen takes c6. He took on f6. That ruined his position. It was this strategic moment.
If we can pull up Yasser's board, he's showing where Vincent made a mistake and everything went
It was right here
badly for him.
on move 16 that he would play queen takes c6 and enjoy the
Great
strategic
positional
edge.
advantage, yes.
Instead, he overestimated his position. He took on g7, and it was all downhill from there. Takes on g7 and knight takes d4.
It was very tempting to take that bishop, and maybe he rushed a little.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
and
exactly what
Alireza
happened.
immediately pounced on it and took advantage.
Should we move to Anish's game?
Increasing
Right now?
his
He's one of the
lead.
players that could potentially keep up with
Absolutely.
Alireza.
Anish is currently in second place and looks like he has a great position against Ivan Saric.
Whoa, there was a rook on f8, and suddenly the next thing I saw, there was a rook on b7.
Yeah.
Like,
Looks like played
Why-
for only 2 results.
why did that happen?
That's quite a
good
rook
question.
on b7.
Yeah, because there's
not
a
a
knight
bishop.
takes knight takes a5 sighting that is just going to be destructive.
The question is right now, how do you create the next weakness in the position? So black, sure, right now everything is protected. It seems like it's quite difficult to break open the position. But also black does not have any ways to improve his position. The knight cannot really move. The rook on b7 probably is quite well positioned to protect black's position. But the problem is that the rook on f4, what is it doing? It's not creating any sort of ideas in the position. There's no way for you to break open on the king side to create dynamic play on that side. So I'm safe as white over there. What I have to do, it seems like I have to go rook to e2, swing my rooks on the other side, and maybe try an invasion, either via rook e7 or rook to e8, depending on what you give me. So this is what we're seeing right now. And another factor that I'm having my eyes on is the clock. 2 minutes and 55 seconds for Ivan, definitely under pressure. This seems to be already a step in the wrong direction after rook to e2. It seems like white is breaking black's position slowly but surely. Maurice, what do you have for us? What do you see in this round?
Well, that same game, I've been transfixed on this game as well. And there was a moment as Anish is trying to make sure he develops his initiative where he could have blundered and given a big piece of advantage back. And it's a pretty easy mistake to make. As we see here, black's attack is going nowhere. He missed his chance. And this move was not going to help either here. c5, the big move of the moment. And here come the rooks. And it was in this position here where black played g5 after his rook was hanging that it's very easy in this position to play knight takes. Whoa, looks like I'm just crushing you. This is a move you're playing a bullet game to capture, but it turns out that this sacrifice, of course, you lose immediately in this position to mate if you capture, but black could counter sack with knight takes on c5 himself. And suddenly it's not working anymore. If you capture, then queen c5 with check, and it is black who is suddenly better in this position. Anish sidestepped that in this moment after g5. He said, oh, no, I'm not falling for that trick. And that's how we got the magical rook on g7. I say magical, some might say miserable. And now Anish is rolling things up as he begins this transference to the e file, a big advantage for white in this position. Guys?
Great advantage. Thank you, Maurice. Because that was my question. Why couldn't you take on a5? It was the knight takes c5 response. That's a very, very nice trick. King a8 and 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes for Anish, 2 minutes for Ivan. And Ivan's having decent enough positions. It's just there's not worked for him this far in the tournament.
Yeah, I think today he was actually in charge of the position, but then he started making slow moves. Anish improved the position, fixed everything, and went all in.
And now Anish is, you can see his pieces have really great harmony, and black's rook on b7.
Anish
Well, he has
needs a
nothing to
win.
do. Saric doesn't have any pieces to move right now. You see in the last few moves, he went king b8, rook f8, king a8.
Right.
He's just running out of moves. He doesn't have a way forward. So he needs to wait. The problem is you are waiting, but I have ways to break your position. I'm just going to slowly improve rook e7, rook e8. I have ways to get to that king
Looking
finally.
at the standings, I want to point out both Giri and Pragg need to win to keep up with Alireza and stay 1 point behind.
But guess what? Pragg is no longer winning.
Let's check his game.
Jorden definitely made some strides in trying to defend that endgame. And in fact, right now, he has some serious compensation for, well, he's not even a pawn down now that I'm counting pawns, because I do have a couple of double pawns on the c-file as black. The problem is the bishop. And I need to keep this bishop on this diagonal. I need to keep this bishop alive so that I will be able to stop the h pawn. This is a great move right now after rook to g4. Defending the knight on e4, if he finds the move bishop to d2. And in fact, I have a threat in the position as well after bishop to d2.
Take the pawn.
What do? You take the pawn, but now I go king to b7.
Rook
It looks
c5.
dangerous.
Yeah.
It looks very dangerous because you have always this knight to c5 coming in the position. Let's say you go something like rook to e6, right?
Makes
now
sense.
I'm going to start attacking your king with the move rook to a2.
Knight
You
c5.
have your pawn ready to promote.
Yes.
I have my own pawn as well on a7 ready to promote.
Looks good
So
for white
it's
because
going to be a
after the
race.
check, I can kick you to the last rank. Knight c5, your king goes to the back, and
Yes.
it still looks like I should have something.
But you don't.
But I don't.
You actually don't. And in fact, if you don't play the move rook to a4 or rook to a6, try to eliminate one of my rooks, you're already worse.
Wow.
Because I'm going to take on c3, right?
Right.
You need to get off this discovery attack.
Discover
so
check.
king to f3, I'm just going to take on c3. Now it's 2 versus 2. But I have the bishop, and the bishop is going to be able to swing from one side to the other, either to support my own pawn or to defend against the promotion of your pawn, much easier than the knight. So this is going to make all the difference in the position. Bishop to d2 is an important move. Let's see if Jorden manages to find it. You can also see the discomfort that Pragg is dealing with on the clock. 1 minute for Pragg, 1 minute and 17 seconds, 2 minutes and 20 and counting down for Jorden. Definitely this one is going to be quite a nail-biting affair.
Yeah, and Pragg looks annoyed because he knew he had a good position and he let it go. Yeah. Something went wrong, and now he is, even though Engine says he's still slightly better, right, Cristian?
Yes.
Practically speaking, it's not easy to play.
No. I think after bishop to d2 is a 3-result game at that point.
Are we switching to Gukesh's game?
Yeah,
I
I
saw
just
you had it pulled up.
Yeah, I just saw that Daniel had gone down to 18 seconds. Well, pardon me, 8 seconds on his last move.
What else is new?
Yeah. I mean, but you know, it's like when this happens in the tournament hall, everybody knows. I mean, that you know, it's like a magnet. Oh, you're down. You got a few seconds on your clock. Then the whole tournament hall comes over to watch your game. Rook on a8 to d8 was Daniel's last move, and the world champion Gukesh underneath a minute as well. It's not all fun and games for white as well.
I was about to say he has a nice advantage, but looks like after the last move it's fully gone. If Bogdan plays d4 or b5, which he's found.
He found b5. d4 wasn't an easy move because you
have to calculate.
Yes. You start
you
to.
can be just blundering a piece.
That's it. But b5, an easy move to support because there is a pin. And so
it feels like black has the initiative now, right? We have a fantastic knight on e4. This pawn's d5, b5, putting pressure on c4.
Exactly.
White's looking a bit passive. Rook c1 now.
Already an indication that you're giving up.
That move got double question marks on my screen.
B takes c4 and d4 looks really
Bogdan,
good for.
And he did it, and he's winning now.
It looks really good
things around
for Bogdan. Takes.
Be an incredible result for Bogdan to defeat world champion with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And I'm sure when he started all of this, Gukesh must have just misjudged the position.
Yes, sir. The only winning move here is g5, which is incredibly difficult to find.
With 6 seconds on the clock, it's the first thing you reach for.
This is why these players are here at this event.
That is a heck of a find with 6 seconds on your 5 seconds on the clock.
That will move Bogdan to a +1 score coming into this tournament as the wild card and the lowest rated player in the event. That's quite an amazing score for Bogdan. So he's definitely representing right now.
But by the way, I'm looking at this position for Gukesh, who's now down to 30 seconds himself. He's facing the threat of g5, g4. The bishop is trapped. The bishop has no moves. You would love to play bishop f5, but
Do you know what the best move in the position is?
Tell
Bishop
us.
e6.
Stop
Which, of
it.
course, it's
That will
you're
not
just
be
giving up a
played.
piece.
What?
Nobody is going to play bishop to e6.
How is that a good move?
How is it? What?
There's
Gukesh
no
down
way to defend.
7 seconds.
You have no way to
6-5.
defend.
He played rook d1, g4.
And
The game is over right now. I mean,
It is.
there's no way to defend.
But it's Gukesh. He'll still try
Of
to
course,
set up some
of
tricks. And just to update our viewers, Pragg is back to winning, and Anish seems to have blown his advantage. So in time trouble, things
Wow.
are changing fast.
talk about roller coaster rides. Rook takes, rook takes. So Bogdan, a full a piece ahead. Knight takes f2. Oh, he did it with that knight. I thought he was going to do it with the other knight.
To keep
knight e3 check.
idea, right?
But knight on g4 takes. I am assuming even queen h5, h3 is on his agenda.
Not
Yeah.
only that Anish blew his advantage, but that's a 3-result game right now. Ivan can
Really?
definitely win that one. We can go to that later. Let's stay with this one for the moment. Those guys still have 2 minutes apiece. These guys are only playing on seconds, and the position is disastrous for Gukesh.
And again, now Gukesh is the one who is severely behind on the clock.
Down to 5 seconds, queen c1.
Queen c1, he
He's
was
hoping to get to black's king somehow, to have some checks, some hopes to survive. But black king, even though it's open, it's pretty safe.
Yeah, I like this move a lot in the sense that I was afraid of queen f5 and queen h3. At least you're defending against that threat. And now the knight comes back to g4. I'm assuming
You
you
can
want
go
to
back to
now?
f6, right? Exactly. Yeah, use the knights now, at least one of the knights for defense.
Well, now we understand why I was so attracted to the other capture on f2. He's reset his knights.
Yes, and also his rook can come into the game now. Rook e2 is a threat.
Massive threat. So
6-5.
the world champion is
Rook
looking for
d2.
cheapos now. Rook d2. This is not a cheapo.
93 check. Maybe bring the other knight to g4 again. Just dance with the knights.
Exactly. 93 check.
10
That looks
seconds for
really
Bogdan.
good. And he has done it. King h1. And this is what Gukesh has to do. He has to play very quickly now. He's got to realize that his only ally is the clock.
Yes, I like this offer of queen trade from Bogdan to take away all kinds of risks from him. And I think Gukesh has to trade. You can't hang the knight on f3.
No.
Well, without queens, he will have no chances to survive.
Pragg is
Exactly.
winning, guys. Pragg might be finishing his game right now.
Even
Okay.
faster than this. Yeah, I think Gukesh will probably play on,
Yes, I think he will play on for
even
a
though
little
he's
while.
down a piece with no real
compensate.
counterplay or compensation at all.
Absolutely.
Let's check in with Pragg because I think Christian's right. He's about to win. He
And we-
managed to win an exchange.
Whoa. Very successful for him because I thought it was a 3-result game. Right now we're still on the Prague game. We switched over to Jordan's, and Jordy just played the move bishop h8. Well, this is
I mean, this is
completely over.
Yeah, there's no hope for black whatsoever.
Exactly.
I can push any of my pawns. There's no kind
I'm
of like.
kind of surprised.
Must have been
that-
some big blunder from Jorden or.
For sure, because,
Yeah.
I mean, he's 2 pawns and an exchange down.
And there we have a handshake. Big win
Yeah.
for Pragg, keeping up with Firouzja. He's currently in clear second. Let's jump
And
to.
Jorden is struggling so hard
he
in
is.
this event. Half a point out of 4 games. This is not what he's accustomed to.
Should we jump to Anish's game?
Okay?
Told
Yes,
us it's a
absolutely. We
result
should
game.
definitely look at that.
Wow, that's a crazy position.
Like what?
Anish is praying that he will be able to make a draw in this position right now because
I
those,
mean, those are
two
two
pawns, those
connected pass
connected
pawns.
pawns on that side.
Like,
oh
what has
my
happened?
goodness.
On the other hand, Ivan just blundered and Anish looks to be winning again. I
No
don't know
way.
how.
With c6.
Okay, rook c7.
c6, rook c7, and it seems like rook to b1, I'm going to be able to pick up your pawns
Why is that lost for a black?
because your king is
I'm losing
extremely
both of those pawns.
overexposed, yes.
Huh.
Your king is
That's-
overexposed C6 just plays itself, first of all, so he should probably go for that right now. I don't think he's going to miss it. C6, rook C7, and then rook to B1. That seems a little bit more difficult to find.
B1
at the same
is strange. Yeah, you look at queen d4 check or something like that.
You even look at queen d4 in this position to set up that discovery check with C6. So there's options, but
the
Anish,
rook
if he
B1,
finds the best moves, he's winning right now.
He does have 1 minute. He has time to find it.
well, the reason why you play C6 and rook B1 is you're winning material, and it's a very concrete thing. We win those pawns at the end of the black king is exposed.
Yes.
So C6 wins.
He's done it. C6, rook C7, and now the key
rook
moment.
B1.
Will he find rook B1?
I'm expecting rook to B1.
And
Let's see
again,
he
if we
finds it.
play rook to B1,
If you play rook C1 to defend the pawn.
I
Played
think
rook
He
C1.
did it.
no.
Ooh, and now black can
Did you
just
play rook C1 or rook
C1.
B1?
the bad move, C1.
Now you have a couple of ways. One of them is bring the king actually forward with king A6, try to defend that pawn on B4 with king A5. The other one, and the much more natural way of playing, is to go A3.
Just push the pawn.
Absolutely, I couldn't resist playing A3.
King A6 is such an alien-looking move. Like, why are you removing the king? It's
well,
fine.
Nobody plays king A6 with
maybe
30
there's a
seconds
threat
on
of rook C4.
A3, of
No,
course.
A3, of course.
Yeah,
But after rook C4, I have A2.
no, I'm saying the move rook C1 threatens rook C4, and A3 stops the move rook C1 and shows it to be a bad move suddenly.
Yeah, I think Anish now has to give a check on the king and maybe attack the rook, like queen d4, queen d6, something like this. If he doesn't play attacking moves, black pawns are just promoted.
Yeah, well, A2, B3 is definitely.
This is such a difficult position. Even in a classical game, it'll be hard to calculate. These players have 20 seconds and 1 minute.
It's a crazy position.
It
Queen
is.
to D4 he played.
Apparently, only move that doesn't lose here for black is king a6. Queen b6 is just losing?
Queen B6, I think rook C5 might be a big problem.
You're threatening
Rook
to
A5.
win the
Still
game.
so easy to blunder here from either side.
Let's
Truly.
see. The good news for Saric is that he has a lot more time.
And
Queen
he played-
B6.
But rook c5 is not the winning move. It was queen d5, which Anish missed. Queen d6 was played instead. Wow.
Look at that bar
Very
dancing.
difficult position.
Well, I'm sure Ivan
A2
is.
now, right?
He's dreaming of A2.
Let's go
and
for it.
B3.
I think he's
It's on the
played it.
board.
Rook a1 quickly, now b3.
Queen
Oh,
A3
he
Queen
found
to
a
check.
A3, and I think
perpetual.
we're going to see a perpetual.
That's what Anish found, and
He found the perpetual.
Kind of a relief, I was about to say. I
A
mean,
huge
because
relief. I
But
mean,
it
look at
seems
those
like-
pawns. Give me one more move with those pawns,
One
please.
more move. I
One
mean,
more move.
Ivan was one move away from the finish.
And that
Yeah,
is the
touchdown.
table of Prague, I believe, that just defeated Jorden. Not sure.
yeah, because
who
Gukesh
saw
game
that.
is still going on. But yeah, this is about to be a draw.
Okay,
I guess it's a fair result because both had many chances to win.
I think
It
so.
feels fair, yes. It
I'm
feels
going
like a fair
to
result.
jump to
But in a
which
way,
game?
both of them will be unhappy.
Prague. Prague has already won, so that means Gukesh.
We can wait for the handshake.
We can stay with
wanna
this
see
one
the
just to see the
handshake? Okay.
perpetual.
Whew, what a roller coaster this game has been.
For sure. I'm really surprised by the rook C1 instead of rook B1 move by,
And there we have a draw.
yeah.
Both of them shaking heads, yeah.
Now it's time to move to
Let's
the
jump to the only game left.
Gukesh versus that game.
Gukesh is still down a piece, but hoping that maybe in time trouble, Bogdan will blunder something.
Now the position is simplified. Bogdan should be able to convert this one without any issues.
As long as he doesn't blunder the pawn on c4, it's winning.
Yeah. Well, in fact, because the knight on e5 is so well placed, all we have to do is go and round up the a pawn. Rook h4, rook h6, rook a6
You
is.
can even go there with the king. You know, like king e6, king d6, kick the rook out. And maybe you don't even have to chase the a pawn, because if the rook doesn't stay on c file, you can cover, right, with knight c6 is what I'm talking about. Then you just push, promote yourself.
And this would be the biggest victory of Bogdan's career. He did beat high-rated opponents, but he never beat a world champion before.
Reigning world champion, yeah. I just love the move rook h6 and rook a6 myself.
King
King
e4.
e4
D4.
also looking very strong. He can always take rook h2 and go rook a2, right?
Yes.
To catch the pawn. King g3. Now maybe he'll drop to h6 to slow down the pawn. And the rest is very clear for Bogdan. King d3 and push the pawn.
Yeah.
You see h4. Gukesh is
Question
still
is, which one do
fighting
you
until
choose
the
right
end.
now? Do you just go for the pawn push, king d4, c3? Yes, king d4, c3, knight c4, cover that c file, and promote the pawn.
Yeah. Even as Nasi was saying, c3, knight c6,
Yeah.
go c2 as well. Easy peasy now. And
Bogdan
5
played
seconds.
this game extremely well. Once he got a chance to get that initiative and start playing for a win, he's played all the best moves.
Gukesh just played the move a6.
Gave up a pawn, pushed h pawn, but I don't think that changes
I don't think
anything.
it's going to make a huge difference.
Not at
The
all.
rook on a6 is still protecting against the pawn push.
C3.
Just push your own pawn. I think we're going to see resignation.
I do too.
King
C3.
f4,
Or
still trying.
what if he gets a stalemate somewhere in the middle of the board? We've seen that happen.
I'm expecting
Knight d3, knight c5.
knight c5, yeah.
You don't even have the check on d7 anymore. It's such a...
Actually, I really like rook a5 check here.
You can see
Yeah.
Which
table
he played.
base saying everything is winning.
Everything is
Well, if you give up the c pawn, then
For
it's
sure.
a draw, of course.
yeah.
So both Gukesh and Deac are currently at 50%. Deac about to go on +1.
Yes.
Incredible result against this field.
Absolutely. Nicely done.
Is choosing between
I like
don't know,
rook
10
a6 and
many
knight c5.
winning
Just go
options.
knight c5.
g5. Yep, knight c5 on the board. Rook f7. You can give it check.
Let's
You
push.
can push
Let's keep
c2.
pushing.
Yeah.
I like
push
knight
first.
No, I like knight e4 check. That's a really good move because that stops any h5,
And if you go
h6
king
business.
g4, I can also go knight f6.
And take that pawn off the board. Yes, he's played knight e4. I think that was a very professional decision, actually.
King went to h4 to avoid knight f6 with a check.
And now c3. C2.
c2.
C3,
Yeah.
C2. Sorry.
Rook drops back to f1. And would you go with the king? King d3, king d2?
That's simple.
You can also do rook b6, rook b1.
I like that one. That one too.
17 seconds though, so you kind of go with your gut here.
Yeah, whatever's fast. Knight
c6.
d2?
Rook c6 actually.
Rook c6? I like that move.
Forcing the rook back to c1 and now moving closer with the king. And there is a handshake. Beautiful win by Bogdan and
Well
of course,
done.
a devastating loss for Gukesh.
Wow, a very eventful round, mimicking what happened in day one. We could have seen a lot more wins in this round 4.
Yeah, we had 3 wins, but it could have been 4. It was very close to it being 4 wins.
Exactly.
Wow.
And again, we're starting to see some players shine. Of course, we knew Firouzja is going to be one name to follow, but right now Prague is very close behind, only 1 point, and he's winning very important games. This one against Van Foreest, being surprised out of the opening with his d6, f5, and being able to maintain the pressure all the way throughout the endgame, despite the fact that he lost his advantage at 1 point. It shows a lot of poise. It shows that he's here to win this tournament. Coming off a victory in Norway, that was a huge tournament for Prague, so definitely a man to follow as well. Let's take a look at the standings.
Indeed, let's have a look. After 4 rounds, we still have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 7 points. In clear second now, that's Praggnanandhaa, point behind Alireza. And there's a tie for third. It's Anish, Giri, MVL, and wildcard, Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Impressive. And Vincent losing a crucial game in round 4 to the tournament leader.
What a game that was. But we're going to catch a breath. That was an
Yes.
exciting game. We have International Master Irene Sukandar with us, so enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Let's generate a country with more than 1,000 islands, at the best locations to enjoy with all 5 senses. I want to feel real excitements and adventures. Make it authentic and rich in history. With UNESCO World Heritage Sites.
How many?
A lot. With unforgettable food and wines awaiting to be discovered. Make it a country that cares for its local way of life. Smiles on every face. And beauty at every place.
Oh, come on. Even AI can't create this.
It's Croatia, and it's full of life.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show break with me, Irene Sukandar. Wow, what a round we have. So many eventful games. I have a trouble picking which game that I'd like to analyze first, but I think this is a very good example for us to understand some positional and tactical understanding in the game between Gukesh versus Daniel Deac Bogdan. And why I picked this one is because, well, as a wild card, Daniel has beaten many good players, but as Cristian mentioned, I don't think he has ever beaten a world champion. So let's take a look what happened in the game between them. So in this position, White has been playing solidly. There's nothing wrong in the White's position. Everything was working, King is safe, but this is the moment where Gukesh made a critical mistake. So I think, because I think he was low on the clock, he made some positional mistake that to play King B1 here. I think he failed to understand the critical moment in the center where the queen is kind of unprotected, it is pinned, so that's why the c4 pawn cannot move, and the knight on e4 looks really good. But we already have c4 pawn attacking d5, so I think it is a time for us to step back with the queen so we can do something around the center and attacking the knight on e4. So here queen b1 would have been a good move, and then the next move would be like knight takes pawn, or bishop goes to f1 and things like that. But here king g1 looks like, okay, it is a positional mistake, but I think I can understand that Gukesh just wants to play some waiting move. But here Daniel played b5, attacking c4 with another pawn on the board. And while queen b1 is a bit too late right now, we can try to attack the, sorry, not taking it immediately, we can try to attack the knight on e4 by playing knight d2. It might be a bit hard to understand because there's some optical illusion in this position that after knight d2, you might want to take the knight, and then after queen takes the knight, it looks like the queen is standing right in front of the pawn, that after d takes c4, it looks like white is going to lose a pawn. This pawn is going to be a pass pawn. But yeah, this is the optical illusion that I was mentioning, because in this position, white just completely winning, because instead of moving your queen, you can just take the rook, and you have to take the rook with the rook because the rook on d8 is hanging, and after taking with the rook again, and you go to this end game where you are still a pawn down with a potential dangerous pass pawn on c4, but black didn't have time to do anything with it. So you have bishop e6 here, and now it depends where the king goes. If the king goes here, you might win the knight on e8 right away by playing queen d7. Of course, if you walk on f8, then there's a checkmate over here. But if you go any other square, then you can just simply take the knight. And if you just go to h8, avoiding all of the checks on the 7th rank, you have queen d8 pinning the knight. I think the only move here to protect the knight is to play queen f8. But in this position, for the time being, you don't have to play any tactical. So you just take the pawn, and then you see this is queen and bishop. Normally, of course, you know that queen and knight might work better because they can cover all sort of squares, the dark squares and the light squares. But in this position, it should be different because now the bishop works perfectly in the open position, while the knight is kind of restricted and it doesn't have any square to go. So this would have been a comeback for Gukesh had he played knight d2 and final of those sequence. But he didn't. In this position, he played another blunder, another mistake, and after rook c1, Daniel Bogdan, he found all of the good winning moves. Then after b takes c4, d4, you see like how cramped White's position is in this position, that now the rook has to go to d3, and I think only with 10 seconds on the clock, Black found a very good move g5, and now g4 is unavoidable. And okay, Cristian mentioned bishop e6 was the best move in this position, but you're just giving up a piece. So rook d1 and then g4, and then eventually Black is up a piece here, and then everything was kind of traded in the end, and Black finally win a converted winning position, rook and knight versus rook, and with the extra pawn on the c file. So this was that. And then another game that I'd like to also highlight is, wow, this is also a very nail-biting game between Anish Giri versus Ivan Saric. So it was such a long game, but this is a very interesting part towards the end where they keep playing all of these queen and rook endgames. So let's take a look quickly in the moment, in this position. So after they traded the knights on c5, well, you cannot really take it because this pawn is hanging, and White will be just much better in this position. So understandably, both players are very low on the clock. So queen d7 and queen e4 was already a good move. And then here queen b5. But I think both players also failed to understand that, you know, this position is very dynamic. I think White already settled with the idea that draw is okay, because now after c6, rook c7, Anish just played a very solid move, rook c1, failing to understand that, oh, rook b1 is a winning move because you're attacking this little pawn on b4. If you take it with the rook like this, of course you take this one, and then next move you just take on a4. The king is kind of naked here. It's very exposed, and it's very easy to get attacked. But if you take with the queen, of course you allow this to be captured by the queen, and then sooner or later there would be like some checkmating attack here even. So, and again, the king is very exposed on a7 without the pawn on b4. So this also would be nice for White if Black played b3, because now we are going to attack this pawn on a4. After rook a1, there's no way for you to save this pawn on a4, because after the move here, you can give a check first, and after king b6, you have this rook b4. And you see, normally you would like to promote this, but this falls onto the square of the queen, so you can just simply take it and then you win the rest of the game. And then another point of this game that you can see that like the eval bar was going kind of like a roller coaster, was after rook here, rook c1, and then a3. So this is still like a very equalist position according to the eval bar. Queen d4 check and queen b6, it is a blunder. Because in this position, again, it is a very dynamic one where you have to just play something that to suffocate your opponent, you know, because none of this pawn can actually push forward. If you play b3 here, the rook will come on c4, and then there will be rook a4, queen here. So it's going to be like very much killing. So, but in the end, I think it is a fair result. Both players played quite well, despite some mistakes here and there because of their time situation. And yeah, what a game, what a round we have. And hopefully we'll see more of this in the coming round. So stay tuned. We'll see the next games.
we're back. Thank you so much, Irene, for showing more of that game between Anish and Ivan. That was a crazy, crazy game.
Rook B1. Beautiful move.
Absolutely. And should we look at the standings after 4 rounds of Rapid? Things are heating up. We have a sole leader in the tournament, Alireza Firouzja, but only 1 point behind him is the Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. And there's a big tie for 3rd place. Anish, Giri, MVL, and the wildcard Bogdan having a fantastic tournament.
And the pairings for round 5 are very enticing, as I'm seeing a big matchup between the French players.
Ooh, big French matchup coming up. Alireza against MVL. Jorden playing the world champion Gukesh, both of them struggling at the moment. Then another important match, Bogdan against Anish.
Exactly, that's huge in terms of the fight for 2nd.
Plus Anish looking for revenge after Romania. Then we have Nodirbek against Prague, who is in clear 2nd.
A big test for Prague right here. If he can get past Nodirbek, then it's maybe clear sailing.
Absolutely, and then even Saric against Vincent Keymer, both coming off of a heartbreaking loss.
Saric actually made it. He was very close to losing. He was extremely close to losing.
Well, let's put it this way. Iran was very convincing in their analysis that Rook B1 was winning and Ivan was in big trouble. By the way, big success. Good luck to Iran as she's on her way today to go to Charlotte and the Norditsky Memorial. So good luck to her.
And in fact, you were mentioning this game, Deac versus Anish. Anish looking for revenge. Don't look for it too hard, because Deac has been proving himself to be a very worthy opponent in this one, with the exception of that loss against Alireza. He's been playing tremendous chess. At the same time, when you see your opponent having 1 minute on his clock at move 20 and you have like 10, 15 minutes on the clock, psychologically, you're in that state that you need to create something in the position to put enough pressure to confuse your opponent, even at the expense of maybe making worse moves, and maybe you'll get that victory. That can be a dangerous plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go over to Zagreb to hear from Maurice.
You know, we've been talking about the time pressure of Bogdan Deac for years, like years. The players all know that that's what he does, and somehow he just pulls miracle after miracle, a rabbit out of hats, out of his sleeves, out of other parts you can well imagine. But at any rate, it's just incredible what he's able to do to save those positions and even win those games. This player that he's almost a mystery to many of us, as we just see that he just has that laser focus, gets up from the board even with 22 seconds left on his clock. It doesn't matter. He's just able to show his stuff and just actually his mettle under that incredible pressure of the clock that would make most players just blunder, and he ended up beating the best players on the planet. So kudos to him to be in the position he's in right now, despite that time pressure addiction that he has. I think he actually loves it. I think he loves being under pressure and just showing that he can play good move after good move, no matter what the setting. And by the way, just one final point. Here's this matchup we talked about at the top of the show. The two Frenchmen. Take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings. They are in trouble in terms of the overall standings, trying to get to the GCT finals. This is their 3rd event, and they are trailing serious players who are way ahead of them. This is a must-win event as far as I'm concerned. As you see there, Fabi at the top, Wesley, and Vincent with only 1 event. He has almost double their points, and he's only played in 1 event. Alireza and Maxime, this tournament is virtually must win. The numbers, the math is not going to play out. You need about 31 points or so in total to qualify in the tour. At minimum, right now, 7. I don't even think 10 does it, because that would mean they have to win the Singfield Cup in order to do it. So 2nd place is not what it's all about. This is a huge game, especially for Maxime, as he's trailing Alireza at the moment.
Thank you,
Well,
Maurice.
guess what? Alireza is doing exactly what he needs to do in order to catch up with the leaders in the GCT standings and give himself an opportunity going into the final.
You mean he's winning every game?
Yeah, he's doing well in this one. Again, this one is going to be a big test, because MVL, they know each other so well, but also MVL has been in pretty good shape in this event, neutralized. Well, actually, he was white against Abdusattorov in the last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, but he always does well in the Grand Chess Tour.
He was white. He was white, yes.
And he went into that very forcing ending.
And he said it in his interview as well. At some point, one of these years, I'm not going to qualify. I don't know if it's going to be this year. That's a good mentality. Or next year. I'm just going to do my best. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Whenever I see the two Frenchmen play against one another, somehow they have this habit of spoiling each other's tournament as they are off. Let me bring up their game on my board, and they are playing as if it's a blitz. In fact, it's a rapid, and they
Let's
are playing
the Grunfeld test coming Black's way.
I'm sure they've played each other in this exact position dozens of times.
Sure, they know each other very well, doubtlessly. The check on A5
It's
and
hard
takes
to
on A2.
surprise your opponent when it's someone you know that well and you've played so many times.
Yeah, these Grunfeld. That's the problem. When you play the Grunfeld, I think it's a good opening. The problem is that there's such a wide territory that you have to defend.
I'm actually curious if we're going to see a very drawish and forced line, because I don't know exactly where the try is in this position.
E4,
Knight
E5.
A6. And the question is Alireza happy with a draw? Perhaps the answer is yes.
Well, as I can see on the edge of my border, it's not the A file, but you see this bar. The bar is just saying nothing, that this is absolutely an even
It's a very old line, and
position.
Maxime has so many games in this position.
How
Never
many
lost.
times has he played it as black? Yeah,
Quite a few times. I can only see the names, but the names are
Yeah, I
popping
quickly
out
checked.
as
There was
Maxime
only
quite a few
15
times.
games, and 3 of them were Maxime's.
3 out of the 15.
Yeah.
That's
Queen to
pretty
E1,
funny.
Knight to C5. Bishop F6 seems to be
100%
also a move.
accuracy for black. I don't know where white lost some of the accuracy because
Right.
he hasn't done anything wrong. Bishop C3. Okay, they're still following some games.
Every single game has been a draw in this position. So
Oh, I think we're about to see a
draw.
Yeah, we're going to see a three
yeah,
move
that's just simply
repetition.
not a try. He just simply did not try.
This is Alireza's line score, so one win-win, draw-win, and about to be another draw.
I could say it's a professional decision by Alireza in the sense that he knows that he just got to get past MVL. He can't afford to let MVL leapfrog him. As Maurice has been pointing out, it's important to
That is true.
GCT, but he's giving up a white.
He's giving up a white, and maybe Pragg has a chance to catch up with him now, although Pragg has black against Nodirbek, so let's jump to that game.
Exactly.
Two very creative players.
Look, it's a professional draw. He just won with the black pieces. He feels comfortable with the black pieces. Maybe that's the strategy that he's employing in this event. Just keep it simple. If my opponents with the white pieces are trying too hard, then I'm going to punish them. And that seems to be working for Alireza up to this point. At the same time, even psychologically, when you give a white like that, you start doubting yourself a little bit. Did I make the right decision, right? Or will I be in trouble? Will karma come and get me because I made this simple and known draw so quickly?
Yeah, will Keyser punish me for giving up the white pieces? I've got the game between Nodirbek and Pragg on our screens.
It's the French defense?
Yeah, a French defense, but a particular, an advanced French defense with bishop e2, captures knight h6. Now that you committed your knight to h6, bishop comes back to d3. We can't capture twice on e4 because there's the old bishop b5 check, picking up the queen. So after knight f5, Nodirbek gave up the two bishops, but has secured, in a sense, both the f4 as well as the g5 square. Like in a very near future, we can imagine White maneuvering the knight to f4, where it'll be very nicely
I
placed.
think he did it on the next move. He can't wait to put the knight on f4.
And for me, it was a bit of a surprise to see the move castles. These positions, I tend to actually like castling by hand. I like having my rook on h1, and I like putting my knight on f4, my pawn on h5, and just stopping any kingside attacks. I'm assuming that Pragg is going to castle queenside himself.
It's funny you mentioned that because oftentimes I check Nodirbek's games while he's playing, and his king is on f1 so many times. He likes doing that.
Yeah, this particular setup, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up playing g3 and king g2 in the near future.
By the way, up to this point, Nodirbek spent time only to complete his moves.
He
has 26 minutes and 40 seconds. He's been blitzing out his moves, and he still seems to know exactly what he's doing. Rook to e1. Once again, the pressure is on Pragg right now. He knows his stuff in the French. He's been analyzing the French for many years. He's played it at the candidates quite a few times, so he definitely knows. This one and in 2024 as well. So French has been a staple in his repertoire for quite a long time. But it does seem like Nodirbek just has something ready for him. Take a look at that. Rook to e1, rook to e3. You know the checkmating attack is coming down the g file. The only question is, how do you get that knight out of the way, the knight on f3 out of the way? So it just is so scary when you see Nodirbek just blitz out his moves like this in a seemingly new position. Let's see if this position has been seen, not after rook to e3. Rook to e3.
I was expecting rook e2 and bishop e3 as a way of just kind
of completing. In fact, knight to f4 seems to have been the novelty, which is somewhat of a normal novelty. a5, Praggnanandhaa seemed ready. Rook to e1, a4, and rook to e3. It does seem like both of these players know the plans, but one of the players that definitely looked at this quite recently is Nodirbek. He's just playing so fast, so confident, and right now he already has a 5-minute differential on the clock so early on in the game.
I want to ask you, Cristian, do you think when this happens, the players are always actually prepared, or sometimes they're just faking it?
Not when he doesn't spend a single second on his moves. Sometimes when you see Alireza spend a few minutes here and there, and then he makes that blunder in round 1 with queen to f3. He was still playing fast, confidently, but he was spending a little bit of time. Nodirbek is just not thinking at all. He obviously knows exactly what he's doing.
Wow, very impressive homework if this is all prep. I could imagine that Pragg wants to play moves like rook c8, maybe knight b4, try to tease a knight c2 out of the position. He's got some play on the queen side. It's not like White's...
No, he has a lot of play on the queen side.
Exactly, and it's not like the White's attack, pardon me, on the king side just plays itself. You put your rook on c8, the bishop can go back to f8 and just protect g7. It's not clear that you're breaking through.
And this matchup is such a storied matchup, and they're so young, but they not only are rivals in individual matches, but also in team matches. We see this Uzbekistan versus India at Olympiads, and I'm sure we're going to continue seeing it for many years to come. So this one is going to be, for a very long time, one of the marquee matchups that we're going to see in world chess.
Yeah.
Who knows, maybe one day will be a world championship match between these two.
Perhaps.
They're both preparing and fighting hard for that.
Big matchup going on between Bogdan and Anish. Let's just jump to that. Both players in third place at this moment behind Alireza and Pragg. And, well, we have this, I don't know, do we call it the Karpov variation of the
Just the same
Slav
same
defense?
Slav that I've played this 100 times with both colors.
I know, but it was really Anatoly who really led the charge with this whole queen c2. And let's just give it a pause as we throw it to Zagreb and Maurice.
Well, just following along the lines of that game, I want to make this point. This position is very well known. You talk about Karpov, we've seen Hubner in this position, a bunch of names, including Kasparov on the black side. It's been so many players who have played this line. But take a look at the clock. we're simply on move 8, move 9 right now, about to be played. And Bogdan played a line he probably plays in classical chess. He's probably seen this position before. And he's already 8+ minutes behind on the clock. It's really and truly mystifying because you know he knows the variation. You know he's looked at this. It's not like something deep, calculating main variations that are supremely complex. You got to remember your analysis. We've got a basic semi-Slav, like well known, many times played, and yet he's acting as though he has to calculate something tremendously complex. I guess he's made a couple of moves. We jumped to the live position. No, he just hasn't moved. He's frozen. It's like he's daring himself every single game. Will he be under 10 minutes by the time he makes a move? How is it possible that this happens? This is truly one of the most mystifying phenomenon I've seen in chess. Deac's willingness to just go deep into time pressure every single time he plays, regardless of the position, no matter if he knows it or he doesn't. He just sits there, and the trick is for his opponents to stay calm and not worry about the clock. As you see, Anish is sitting there with plenty of time on his clock and saying, all right, I guess it's time to just chillax. Sooner or later, he'll move. Anish might even get up and walk around at some point, but it's just extraordinary to see this time and time again. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I think the time trouble addiction is real.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you try being the captain of the women's Olympic team and watching Anna Zatonski as black playing d5 on move 1, knight of 6, e6, and then thinking for half an hour on bishop e7. Yeah. It's a queen's gambit.
Would you just sitting next to her? I was nervous too.
I mean, so mainline moves include things like rook d1, b3, yes, e4, yes, h3. There is a wide choice for white, but pick one and let's go.
Genuinely bored.
Yeah, like
it's like make a move. I want to actually.
I've seen this before. 2 players. I'm going to go to the game between Jorden van Foreest and Dommaraju Gukesh, a world champion. 2 players who need to score are these two, and they haven't played well, and especially I think it was last round, round 4 in particular. Jorden is going to be upset with himself, and Gukesh as well. They've got to right the ship, and what do we have here? We have a Catalan.
I think it started as the ready, but transposed.
Where something is a little bit gone wrong for Jorden. My first impression is I'm much happier as black.
Even though I have 2 bishops?
Yeah, but there's a pawn on h3, which makes it very hard for you to play e4.
Because I can always go h4. I'm probably going to go h4. I'm going to put that pawn on h4, and then maybe that's going to allow my bishop to go to h3 as well.
All right, so
I'm not sure about this last move, rook to d1. This is a bit of a strange decision to allow the doubling of the b pawns.
Let's say I'm just going to go a6 and say
yes, I don't like this. I don't like this rook to d1 one bit.
So somehow Jorden got out.
He did play rook d1.
He did, I know. Cristian was just commentating that he didn't like the move rook to d1. And I'm
just a simple queen to c2. I'm not sure what he didn't like about it, because I don't think you can touch that pawn on d4. So, for example, dropping the queen back, queen takes d4, sure, it's a decision. But you start looking at moves such as e4, you're opening up the position very quickly for those bishops. And I'm going to most likely recapture the pawn on d5 and get material balance once again in the position. And with the 2 bishops opening up like that, I think that's going to be not decisive, but it's going to give me a very comfortable advantage. So queen to c2 was a move that perhaps he should have done. Even queen to d1, okay, you don't want to give up the pawn on d4. Just avoid the queen trade and then play a slow game like that. Make use of your 2 bishops.
Rook d1 was, however, his choice. He's got 20 minutes. Gukesh, I think, should just raid those queens off the board.
Yes.
And enjoy what I think is a free position. I want to go to the game between Ivan Saric, who scored his first draw in the tournament, and what a topsy-turvy affair that was. But it was Vincent who threw away a very, very good position against Alireza. And now, right now, I'm seeing this.
He needs a win to bounce back very quickly. And by the way, Vincent still hasn't made any draws. It's all wins and losses. Yeah.
Yeah, decisive games.
2 wins, 2 losses. Yeah, very combative event for Vincent.
Bishop has dropped back to h4, and I've said this numerous times on the broadcast. I hate being in pins, and the fact that
G5?
that Vincent doesn't have Bishop e7 as a way of solving the pin, and especially as you're looking, you know, this is a move Queen f4 that's going to really injure you. I think you're going to have to play g5, whether you like it or not.
Maybe I do like it. And after Bishop moves, Knight h5?
Precisely. Bishop, Knight h5, and you're making...
g5.
Guess what? He's done it.
Making way for the queen to come to f6. And that's a way of solving what could be a space disadvantage. Another way that you love to solve these types of pins is to surprise your opponent.
Yeah.
With
here it doesn't work because
here
rook takes.
Yeah, it's, oops, that's a mouse slip by me. Here it's rook takes, simply defends the bishop. Oops, we don't have time to take the rook. So g5 on the board. And did he play bishop g3? Yes, he's played it already. Yes. And has he played knight h5?
Not yet.
I think that's actually a very key move at this moment. Knight
but
h5.
it's the most logical move in the position.
Absolutely.
Right? Knight to h5, get that bishop off the board. And if you do play the move knight to e4, and perhaps this is what we should be showing as well. If you go knight to e4, I think I'm comfortable taking that knight off the board. Bishop takes e4, I'm going to give you my bishop pair. But after knight takes g3, h takes g3, I'm the one that has the much better bishop, right, on c5.
One question
and I can go f5 perhaps. Yes.
Was there f5, f4 winning the bishop? Why doesn't that work?
That's also an option. f5, rook e6, and then probably f4 doesn't win on the spot, but it's very close to it, yes.
It's not
that's a much more
I
direct option, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, but the problem is it's definitely better for black in any case. I actually thought that it was necessary from white's perspective to try to take advantage of the f5 square. When you play the move g5, you are weakening the f5 square after all.
And what if I continue with that idea? Let's say you take on d3 and f5, try to trap your...
Well, then it's different.
Oh, I was thinking without taking on g3.
Oh, without taking, sorry.
Just to play against your bishop.
From the start. Munch, munch, f5. There is a queen g6 check sighting.
Oh, we have knight g7 ready.
True.
Yeah, this bishop on g3 is trouble for white.
Okay, so I guess I have to play g3, pardon me, h3, just to prepare. f5, I mean, there's a consequence, right? You gave...
Long-term weakness, yes.
Yeah. If it works, great. If not, rook e6 is going to...
And also, considering Vincent lost last game, you know, his confidence can be a little bit shaky at the moment. That's why it's not that easy to play g5, f5, right?
But in the game he lost lost because he's hardwired, like we all are. We take on g7, we take on h7. It forces a defense of g8. You don't have queen b7 as an in-between move.
It's a very unusual tactic he walked into.
So yeah, exactly. It's something you can forgive yourself easily.
Well, we say that, but we know how chess players are.
Yeah, we're maximalists. We want to win everything. Big moment, but we are expecting knight h5. Cristian, what do you have on the other games?
Just a quick update on this game between Jorden and Gukesh. In fact, Gukesh decided to keep the queens on the board.
Surprise.
Yes, he played the move knight to f8. queen to a4 and knight to d7. Wait a minute. He just went back and forth. Rook to d1, knight to f8, queen to a4, setting up this attack against the pawn on c6, which is now pinned. So knight to e6, what probably Gukesh wanted to get that knight to e6 would be met by knight takes d5, giving white the advantage. He had to go back to d7. Just lost a couple of tempes, 3 tempes.
Well, no, just
queen to
2.
a4, yes, 2 tempes. That's just incredible. And right now, white is just enjoying a nice advantage. I got everything I wanted.
Including h4.
Including h4.
And you get to keep the queens.
The queen is on a4. The rook is on d1. Everything is protected. I mean, this is just really bad. Careless play, I would say, by Gukesh with that move knight to f8. All he had to do was exchange the queens. We know how ambitious Gukesh plays. And sometimes that ambition plays against himself. So right now we have castle on the board. We're expecting this one to go for a very long time, but it does seem like white has achieved the advantage out of the opening.
And Foreest is looking for that first win. It feels awful, even though you're not favored in the tournament to not have any wins.
Right.
It's just soul crushing, right?
Exactly. No.
It's not for the lack of trying for Jorden, and he also had very good positions. It just seems like towards the end of the game, especially when it comes to end games, he has been a little bit outplayed. So perhaps the right strategy right now is keep the game complex. Don't go into the end game and just try to squeeze your opponent like that, and that's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, you're right. He lost 2 end games, one against Anish and one against Pragg.
Yes.
Where it was equal.
Yeah. Quick question for you, Nasi. In the game of Jordi and Gukesh, as white, are you playing for e4 or are you playing for h5?
Before h4, I was only looking at e4.
Right.
But now that he played h4...
And you've castled.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at h5.
Yeah, because I was thinking, if I'm white here, I find myself drawn.
King g2.
Bishop f3, king g2, rook to h1.
Let's go.
Bring the queen back to d1 and h5 and open up the h-file. I find that to be more enticing.
Yeah, because if he
e4.
wanted to play e4, there was no need to play h4. He could have gone for it right away when Black's king was still in the center on e8.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I want to go to the game between Bogdan and Anish. Bogdan has managed to spend 20 minutes on what I would consider to be absolutely standard position.
He has 6 minutes on his clock. His opponent, Anish, has 25 minutes and 22 seconds. This is outstanding.
And Anish is probably thinking, you know, we haven't even gotten to the position where I can ask a question. You know, this is all opening prep. And finally, we have e4 on the board in that game. By the way, Ivan, we did see knight h5, and according to the engine, I saw the eval bar go down.
Yeah, Vincent has a little bit of an edge.
Right. And I'm kind of surprised that...
Let's stay here for a minute. So he did play knight h5, and we see bishop d3.
Right.
We're looking at lines where you take on d3 and go very aggressively with f5.
Right.
Does he even have other options?
Queen f6?
Okay, because I was going to say, if you don't play f5, there are some weaknesses on the white squares.
Well, precisely.
Still even without f5, right?
Yeah, precisely. If I can manage to, I don't know, that would be asking too much, to somehow get my knight to f5.
But let's take a look at Keymer's quite unusual line score, how he got here so far after 4 rounds. Look at that. Started with a loss, then came back strong, win, and then lost in the last round where he had a better position.
Yep.
But maybe it got too carried away with sharp play.
Yeah. It was how Bobby Fischer lost his games. He was so mesmerized by what he was doing. He forgot the move queen b7. And when Alireza played queen b7 with the threat of mate and 1, I think that was, as you described it, the cold shower moment. You go, oops, and things went south.
No saving from there.
Exactly. but very combative. Vincent, as we all know, won the Bucharest Classic.
Somewhat unexpected, his time expenditure up to this point in this game. 20 minutes, close to that for Saric, only 12 minutes for Keymer. So perhaps he understands he has a chance to create separation in this game, get an advantage with the black pieces, which is huge. In this event, if you can get an advantage out of the opening with the black pieces, obviously you did something right, and you need to nurse that advantage. But he's spending a little bit too much time, I feel, in this position. He does have an option, and it is quite a big option. You can exchange that light square bishop with bishop takes d3, or you can shy away from that with bishop to d7. Now, bishop to d7, the idea and why this is quite a good move in the position is that your plan is very simple. You want to go f5 and you want to attack on this side. Did he play bishop to d7?
He
took on d3.
He traded.
He took on d3. So the idea with that bishop on d7 was that you're going to control the e6 square. We see every time when f5 arrives on the board that the rook lands on e6. Well, with the bishop on d7, you would be able to do so. Bishop takes d3 is an option also, and this is the key moment. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to play f5?
Nope, knight g7.
Knight g7.
G7.
I think he's still planning to play f5.
Yeah, but I don't like this approach. I'm not a fan. I like the bishop d7, f5 approach. The knight on g7, what's it really doing there? I would put it like that.
Protecting the e6 square, right?
There's a really cool way to defend the position right now for white. So the idea, obviously, is to go f5, f4. Big question. How do you defend against that?
I want to play f4 as white.
Correct. But you start with king to f1, and in fact, you want to play f3 as white. So you go king to f1, f5, and now you go f3. And why did you place your king on f1?
So
it's because right now I have bishop to f2. With the king on h1, the much more natural choice, generally, whenever you want to sidestep this pin. Well, after f4, bishop f2 would not be possible. So this is a big moment right now, and it's a question that Saric will need to answer. How do you stop me from going f5, f4, and how do you shield that bishop on g3?
Such a cool idea, king f1 and
king
f3.
f1, yeah.
But it's so unusual, you might not even consider it.
In fact, it's extremely difficult to do anything else right now. If you go king h1, f5, f4, that's probably the second best option to defend, but it's a much worse option because this pawn on f4 will always be a target. I'm always going to be able to tickle that pawn with the move knight to h5. All I have to do first is defend against this invasion with rook to e6.
He played king h1.
He played king h1, much more natural. I'm not going to lie. And this was your instinct as well, Yasser. King to h1 followed by f4. f5, we're going to see f4.
Yep.
And after queen to f6, rook to e8 to control that square on e6, and then the idea with knight jumping back to h5, I think it's play on one goal right now, and it does feel like Vincent is getting the advantage that he so desired out of the opening.
Well, very, very nicely done indeed. Whenever you get an advantage,
and you see he's speeding up. You see he calculated this line. Queen to f6 is on the board. They're following our line.
Yeah, I don't see anything better than rook e2, actually.
Well, like black's position.
And at some moment, as white, if I could put my rook on e2, at some moment I want to take on g5 and simply play bishop f2,
Just get rid of that monster bishop on c5, right?
Well, then the passive bishop on g3.
Yes.
I mean, you've got a monster, but I've got a
very sad bishop on g3.
Very sad, very, very sad. Okay, where would you like to guide us, Nessie?
I would like to go back to Nodirbek against Prague. Very important game for the standings.
Absolutely.
And looks like when we left it, we said, okay, Prague has equalized. Now maybe Nodirbek has gotten something. Well,
okay, rook e3
and prep.
Yeah, and Nodirbek had hardly paused for breath. He had played so fast. Up to this exact moment, he had more than 26 minutes on his clock, keeping in mind he started with 25 plus 10. And then rook to d3. Okay, very, very confusing for me, moves by white. Rook e1 to e3 to d3.
Trying to maybe at the right moment live with that knight from f3 and
a3.
Still support the pawn on d4.
A lot of, okay, b3 I can get behind. I'm assuming he wants to play rook b1 and queen b5?
Yeah, he has the advantage on the open b file, but can he do anything else? d5 pawn is untouchable. There's nothing happening on the king side, so we gotta play on the b file. What's left? So currently Pragg is in second place, but Abdusattorov is at -1, I believe. Yeah, tied for 7th. He's also such an aggressive player, world number 2 in Blitz. He needs a win.
Yeah, and he's not backing down for sure. And he knows if he can take down Pragg, well, he will position himself for the Blitz.
He hasn't won a game yet, actually. 3 draws and 1 loss.
Wow, didn't
Very
expect
unlikely.
that.
He rarely makes many draws.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Gukesh is completely lost.
Whoa.
It's been only a few moves since we last looked at his position, and he completely collapsed.
Okay, so when we left it, we didn't like knight f8 and knight d7.
Yes.
I mean, that was really
For
bad.
good reason.
Queen c2, bishop g5, and Jordy said, well, if you're going to let me play e4, I'll do it. Takes.
What was his
Bishop
last
e7. I thought captures on e4 was
Pretty much forced,
required.
yes.
Yeah.
I think he just missed that after bishop takes g5. You can just simply go knight a4. And I'm going to pick up that pawn on c6. And that's such a crucial pawn in the position. Not only that my bishop comes to life, but also that d pawn is going to be such a weapon in the position.
Wow.
And they're going for it. I mean, bishop takes g5, I do believe, is on the board.
For Gukesh, this is just a disaster unfolding in day 1 and now again day 2.
Yeah, day 1 he finished at 50%. Now it's -1. He might lose 2 in a row.
Wow. Wow.
B takes c6 on the board, b takes c6, Gukesh
And another
back.
thing to point out is that he's not losing to players for the lead-in. He lost to Bogdan, and now he's losing to someone who's sharing the last place.
Okay, d5 on the board. A bit of a misstep
Whoa.
by Jorden. He did not want that free pawn. he's still much better, but
I like the way you described that. He did not want that free pawn.
for whatever reason.
No way.
He was like, I don't want that pawn.
I'm not settling for.
Maybe he trusted Gukesh. You know, sometimes that happens.
It does, yeah.
And from Gukesh's point of view, there was no reason for him to capture and just bring White's pieces into a dominant position.
Jorden has pushed the
He
pawn
played
again to
c5.
d6.
Well, Jorden is counting on getting a knight to d5.
Maybe even bishop to d5, threatening ideas like queen g6. Depends on what black plays.
Okay, so say rook d8, most natural move.
Yeah, now I don't like bishop d5. I was hoping you'd go to b8.
To b8. Okay, I'll fall for it. I'll go to b8. Then what happens?
Now bishop d5. I have some ideas.
If queen takes g6, you're a mean person.
And if you go to h8, actually you can't go h8. How do you defend?
Not. It's
King f8. Now you learned from king f1.
I mean, make no mistake about it. This is still a very unpleasant position for black.
Yeah.
But it could have been very unpleasant and have an extra pawn.
Right.
He did play rook d8. Better move.
I think so as well. I mean, essentially, you know, this pawn on d6 is a criminal. I mean, you've got to handcuff it as best you can. Knight f6, rook takes d6 is at least on Gukesh's agenda, if he can aspire to do that. The other thing I would really want to do if I was black is I'd love to put the bishop on d4 just to neutralize this rook on.
That would be a big improvement, and maybe you will win that pawn on d6 after
Yay.
that.
Yay. That would be my goal.
White's position looks great, but what is he supposed to do next?
Exactly. Concretely speaking,
I
what's
think
the follow-up?
Never mind. That was probably a mistake. I saw a big blunder on one board, but it was just transmission error.
Okay. From White's point of view, I would love to keep that pawn on d6. Rook to d5 and rook to d1. Just trying to maintain the pawn. Maybe on a good day with my rook on d5 going knight a4 and capturing the pawn on c5. That might also work wonders. But I'm with Cristian all the way. I would like to have that bishop on c6 and have the extra pawn
supported by a pawn on d5.
Exactly.
You know? That would be quite nice.
I'm going to go back to the game of Nodirbek and Prague because, again, this fight for the first place, Prague wins. He's tied
with Alireza.
First, exactly. We left it. We just saw the queen trade. I thought we were going to see rook b1 and queen b5. No.
I think he wants to put the rook on b3, rook in front of the queen.
Okay. Anticipating that the b7 pawn might come under pressure, Prague has defended the pawn, maybe on a good day, trying to get his knight to e6, but more concretely...
He's controlling the c-file right now.
Yeah, and he wants rook c2 for good reason.
Is white forced to play rook c1?
And of course, these two players were favored by our commentators. Let's just remind ourselves of who...
One of them is my pick, yeah. The other is Christian's.
Yeah.
And he's chasing the guy that you and Anastasia picked.
Yeah, Anastasia's got great taste.
Yeah, we're all in the fight. VAR chose MVL, who's also playing well.
Yeah.
All of these players. Well, Nodirbek needs a win, then he can catch up.
But I like my chances with Nodirbek, given that he's so good in blitz.
In blitz.
Just keep it close in rapid.
Yeah.
Right.
And as long as that's the case, in blitz, I feel he has the upper hand.
He could pull a Magnus.
So much confidence.
Win he could pull a Magnus and win 9 games in a row.
He could. Yes, he could become #1 in blitz.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, from Nodirbek's point of view, is the threat of rook c2 so great that we should trade a pair of rooks? Should we play the move rook to c1 to try to neutralize the file? If you were, Nasi, if you were in issues, would you trade?
I would, but what I don't like is that Prague can take one pair of rooks and then play queen a4 and still threaten rook c2.
That looks like a nice idea.
I don't see why Engine keeps saying white's slightly better, because I think black is completely fine here.
It feels good for black, right?
Yeah.
I do as well.
Open c-file, invasion coming up on the c2 square. It's looking good. It's looking good for Prague. I don't think he's very uncomfortable in this position anymore.
Yeah, no, these are easy positions where things can go wrong. Just when you're not looking, a g5 comes as a shock.
When you forget completely about the king side.
Right, d4 suddenly is hanging after g5, g4. So I think Prague is going to be happy with the outcome of the opening after this move that he's just played, knight d8. By the way, more or less equal time at the moment, but Nodirbek, that rook e1, rook e3, rook d3, very, very strange play.
Lots of very imbalanced positions right now. This one, I would say, it's more on the balanced side, but should we take a look at Saric versus Keymer? Just because Keymer is down to his last 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Against 15 minutes for Vincent, so he's definitely, slowing down a bit.
But we like his position.
His position is great, yes. His position is great, definitely has the upper hand. It does seem like he has the easier plan to create something. All he has to do is push the f-pawn, get the knight to f5, and you can see the ideas against the white king coming. Yes, rook h7 maybe, exactly. Yep. What's white's idea in the position? How do you create something right now?
The problem is the knight. The knight on c3 needs a square. The dream square would be to play knight e2, knight d4, knight takes f5. But knight e2 is running into rook e4. So unfortunately, at this exact moment, the knight is kind of stuck. You want to teleport it.
Yeah.
But he can't,
to any good square on the king side.
Ivan is struggling coming up with ideas. He just played a5, but now after f4, and the idea that Cristian was talking about, knight f5, then major pieces going to h-file, and isn't it just checkmate?
It's really bad. And in fact, what you need to do right now, it seems like you have to go g4.
Oh, no.
Which,
there's no way.
Who exactly plays g4 in this position?
Because I'm not raising my hand.
I would not play g4 ever. I would not even consider the move g4. But you have to stop that knight coming to f5, it seems like.
I'd consider the move g4, then I'd slap myself.
But then when you see knight coming to f5, it looks so scary, then you are justifying g4. But you understand
exactly
it's a desperation, right?
Well, I understand what Saric is trying to do with his play on the queen side, but
he wanted
don't
to
you
play...
realize that this is so slow? I mean, you go queen to b4, I go knight to f5. Take my pawn if you really want that pawn. I think I'm checkmating you in so many ways. After queen takes b7, rook h7 is a way. The best would be to just go knight to f3. Perhaps you can follow on my board. After queen takes b7, so queen to b4, knight to f5, queen takes b7, and now knight to g3. The piece sacrifice like that just simply works because after queen to h6, king to g1, f takes g3, there's a mate coming your way, and you don't really have a good way to defend against that. Let's
whoa. Queen c8 check?
Queen c8, I would say probably the same thing is going to happen.
Well, I've got queen h and rook f8 check.
Rook f8 check, I can just
No, you can just take it.
Yes, that's an extra piece. You do have a way to stop the checkmate, but
no,
thank you for everything.
For everything.
I'm not only taking your rook, I'm also taking your queen next move. So
yeah, that is everything.
This is pretty much game over. And you just feel like it's game over. Like you don't need to calculate, you don't need to see all of these things from afar. And knight to g3, that piece sacrifice is not the only way. After queen takes b7, you can only just play the move rook to e1. Even the simple king to g7 maintains a decisive advantage for black. So it's a precarious position for white. I think he understands that. He made a few easy moves, a4, a5, hinting at the fact that he's just going for that pawn. But now he has to contend with the fact that he's getting checkmated on the king side.
Unless he goes g4, right?
Unless he goes g4, which is such a crazy move to see.
You have to be brave.
But he might play it.
Yeah, just because he doesn't have any good moves.
Yeah.
Out of necessity, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at the position, knight f5 is coming. How do I stop that g4? Okay, I'm going to bite the bullet and take it one move at a time.
Necessity, the mother of invention. G2, g4, oof. Yeah, maybe it's forced because knight f5, knight g3 is just too easy for Vincent. And by the way, Vincent played it slowly, but very successfully. I didn't particularly care for his approach, but it's worked out very, very well as Ivan's knight, specifically the knight on c3, never got into the game, never played.
Agreed. Yeah.
I'm going to go from this game to the game between Bogdan-Daniel and Anish.
They made some moves.
How is it possible that Daniel is only 4 minutes on the clock? I mean,
this is his best time management of the event so far. 4 minutes against 10 minutes. That's a success.
I thought he would be super behind on the clock as he played it so slowly.
I was expecting to see 40 seconds.
Exactly. Me too. Me too.
Well, at some point he was 6 minutes against 25 minutes.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So he's been speeding up.
Well,
and making good decisions, by the way.
Yeah.
His position is not bad at all, perhaps even slightly better right now.
How intriguing
Great.
is that?
Yeah, I think take on b7, maybe lift the rook and hide the king side while you're still playing in the center, but, you know, there are ideas.
Yep. I'm with you 100% on this.
Also a very crucial game. Both players currently sharing fourth and not far from the top three.
We did have a trade on b7, by the way. Bishop takes b7, queen takes b7. Is he?
I think queen f3 would, if he's considering queen f3, that just goes to a equal endgame, right? We don't have enough.
No, I'm thinking rook lift. You know, rook to d3. Just remember when you're attacking, just make sure everybody gets an invitation to the party. The rook on a1 needs a roll, and maybe the bishop on b2 on this long diagonal. You're just saying.
Yes, and Yasser, Bogdan, he won 2 games in a row. That must feel amazing.
And he's playing the best moves right now in this game.
He seems confident.
Starting to build a significant, not significant, but an actual advantage in
success.
Yes.
You know,
he's getting somewhere.
Yeah,
with his moves. I mean, he's making the best moves.
You're gaining confidence.
He's definitely putting pressure on Anish, and maybe Anish is realizing, hey, maybe I should
wait a minute.
try to find a way to equalize. Don't worry about his clock, you know. Don't worry about the fact that he's the lowest rated player in the event.
Exactly.
Let's just play the position, and the position is screaming, you know, white is having the advantage.
Yeah,
when we left it a few minutes ago, it was a game between Jorden and the world champion Gukesh, and we really liked Jordan's position, and he had an opportunity to just go a clean pawn ahead with, I think, no compensation. And let's see how he has played it. Jorden played knight a4, queen b5, rook d5, gift me this pawn, bishop to f6, and I'm expecting Jorden to play rook to d1.
They're actually in the endgame. They've traded a lot of pieces.
Oh, sorry. I'm not catching up with the board. I don't have...
There we go. That's the live position. We have opposite color bishops. White's still better, but, you know, it's an endgame with more draw odds than white converting this.
This is clearly showing that Jorden is just simply not in the best shape right now. And he's a bit on tilt. Because if he would have stopped for just a second and find that move knight to a4, pick up the pawn, he would be winning this game with ease, I would say. Right now, not easy at all.
Well, he obviously, he was expecting that with moves like d7, rook to c6, and rook to c8, he would just happily win the game, claim victory.
But can the black king catch up? King f8, king e7?
Yeah, d7, I can even go rook to d2 first and start looking at your own
But this
pawns.
is the problem. I think that this is exactly right, that this counterplay here for black, rook d2, rook takes.
He had a safe position. Now it's a 3-result game. That bishop on d4 in the middle of the board is
Super
a really powerful piece.
Absolutely.
Sure, you do have that counterpart, that pawn on d6 ready for promotion, but at the same time, the position remains so complicated, so many pitfalls and ways to misstep in this one as white as well. And you can look at his face. He's starting to feel the pressure. He was relaxed up to this point. He had almost a risk-free advantage.
Absolutely.
And now he's starting to understand, wait, rook d2, rook f2 is coming. How do I defend against that?
Right.
I think one way to pull the brakes, or at least try to pull the brakes, would be to just simply go rook to b2 in this position.
Rook to b2.
Rook,
but you're admitting that that's you did something really bad.
Really bad.
Because rook to b2, maybe even rook to f1 works. Rook takes d4, and then we go into that endgame.
So he's about to make
a4.
move.
He's going for it.
So after rook d2, he's just giving up f2.
I think he is. I think he has to.
Maybe putting his bishop on b5. I'm not exactly sure.
You can't give up the bishop as well.
No, exactly. I mean, you can't just go a5, a6. And let's pause our analysis here as we think Jordan's letting it slip away from him. Maurice, over to you.
Thanks, Yes. Well, I'm following the game between Nodirbek and Prague. And this game is really interesting from White's standpoint. We saw him play very quickly in the opening and wondered, what was the point here? It had been space for some time, but it looked as though Prague had equalized. But now Nodirbek is showing what he believes about this position, and that is that he has a superior minor piece, and he's going to play very cleanly for this advantage. That minor piece is his knight on f4 over the bishop on e6. It's no big deal right now. But if you could trade off some pieces, you could get to a superior endgame. Maybe not too much of an advantage, but take a look at what happened here. Instead of rook to c2, Prague played rook a8, a very active move, attacking a pawn. But bishop to b4, saying, let's trade off the critical minors. I'm going to leave my good piece while you lose while you keep your bad one. And now we got the trade of dark squared bishops. And just keep looking at this bishop. A big pawn in the position. Now knight to c6. And he said, I would love to see an endgame. Let's go there because, again, I believe in the superiority of this one imbalance. Takes, and now rook to a4 on the board, and now h5, more squeeze play by white. The patience that he's showing is almost Karpovian, is Nodirbek in this game. He's just saying, I got space. You have a couple of weaknesses, one on b7, another on d5, and your bishop is a poor piece. I just need to very patiently play this position, eventually get this king into the game, and slowly but surely, you're going to run out of moves, and I'm going to keep pressing my advantage. Well, here comes the black king, g3, more patience, king to e7, and we have this position. A nice, solid advantage for white. The question now is, can he follow in that great world champion Karpov and play this in technical style? He's now played rook to b5. As I mentioned, there are weaknesses to worry about. The more trades, the merrier. And here black's finding himself on the back foot, defending those weaknesses. Expect to see a king show up at some point into the game. And white is pressing, and there he goes. King f1. White is definitely pressing in this position. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And a huge result. This game is a huge matchup
for the standings, yes.
For the fortunes of both players.
Guys, I don't know if we have the right position.
What's that?
We probably don't in the Jorden. He did not play bishop to d3, did he? Can we see the live position?
Do we think he blundered?
There's no way he played bishop to d3.
Yeah, let's
Bishop
let's
to
go
c4 makes the most sense in the position.
If bishop d3 is actually
Let's
on the board.
see the live position and the live board right now.
It
There
is
is a
on
bishop
d3.
on d3. No way.
That's terrible.
And he's just played king f7.
King f7, the game is over.
Gukesh winning.
Rook h8.
The game is over. He
mate.
played bishop to d3. Wow.
Checkmate.
Wow, king to f7. Oh my goodness. And the realization that you just blundered into a checkmate.
Oops.
A forced checkmate. There's no defense against rook to h8. You can give a check on b7, I'll go to f6, and that's it. We shake hands right now.
Ouch.
This is a
That's
disaster
such a beautiful mate,
for Jorden. This is a complete and utter disaster because he had, and he knows it, he had a winning
big
advantage.
Yeah.
He doesn't know perhaps that it was winning, but he understands it was extremely big advantage. Bishop to c4 made a lot of sense in the position instead of bishop to d3, right? You're setting up that discovery check against the king on g8. To play bishop to d3 and have to resign one move later, that is a bad situation, the depressing realization for Jorden, who's having a horrendous event so far.
Right.
But lucky break for Gukesh, which he needed as well. He started with a loss today.
Well, just thinking about the previous Grand Chess Tour events where Jorden was, fighting some really, really nice games. This is just horrifying to be in bad form. And, this one
happens,
especially.
You're in bad form for one event, but because this is a Grand Chess Tour and that you're playing for those points, one bad event, and then it's so hard to come back.
Exactly. Ouch. This one looks like Gukesh is about to win. I'm going to go to the game of Ivan Saric, because when we left it, we thought Vincent was winning, and guess what?
He is.
He is. He's gone directly into that line.
Ended up on g3.
Yeah.
He can take the material, right? But maybe he wants to play for a mate like rook e1 right away.
Exactly.
And Ivan caught up on the clock as well. Before he had a much bigger advantage. He had like 15 minutes against 5.
I'm looking at rook e1, and it just feels like...
Yes, he's played it.
Like that is the proper way of continuing.
And you can see the accuracy. Vincent has been playing quite well, while for Ivan it's below 90. On this level, when you see accuracy below 90, it means
something has gone wrong. Yeah.
For most players, I played with 89% accuracy. That's great.
Yeah, right.
Great result, but not for these players.
Well, what's really crazy is in Blitz, watching these players play Blitz with just no time, they come up with some incredible saves. And, Bogdan-Daniel, for example, the lowest rated player in the tournament, you play against him when he's in time trouble, and he plays marvelously well.
Yeah, it must be very frustrating for his opponents.
I'm just thinking in this position, if I'm in Vincent's shoes, I find myself drawn to the move queen h8. Not because I'm
because it's pretty, and you want to play queen d4?
I want to play knight takes f1, followed by queen d4 check.
Very nice. Forcing me to go king h1.
And then rook takes and
Yeah,
queen
queen
d2.
Very nice.
So I find myself drawn, maybe I should start with knight takes f1 and not play any games, just knight f1 and then...
Vincent down to 3 minutes. Yeah, he's picking from all the good options he has. I think you can just take the material too.
Yeah.
And then go maybe queen h4 to threaten bringing another rook to e1.
Ah, well, now that
A
you
little bit
mentioned
quicker,
it,
maybe.
maybe queen h4 immediately.
So let's take a look at that, right?
Queen h4 immediately. That looks pretty
Are you
good.
threatening anything?
Apparently, immediately queen h4 is bad because white has queen d3.
Ah, now you have queen g6 check.
There's
But you can
something-
take on f1 and then queen h4, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Better. And he's going for it, knight f1.
Knight f1, rook f1.
So
on the
let's see.
move.
Am I in time to create something? Queen h4, a6.
Well, I'm going to threaten to take and rook e1.
That's fine. I have that a pawn that hopefully is going to do something.
My queen is too far to catch it. Look, he has a trick, so let's look at the line. Rook e1, queen f1.
Yep.
And when you go rook e1, he's planning to play just a7.
And say, do your worst.
I do go a7.
It's funny, I have no checks.
That pawn is actually running down the board quite
And
quickly.
black has to settle for a draw here.
He went for it. So I'm sure a6 has to come in the position, right? There's
Your
no
last
alternative.
hope, yeah.
So queen take, the queen is on h4 already, or hold on.
Yes,
Yes,
the
it
queen
is.
is on h4. He just played queen h4.
Okay.
a6 is not on the board yet. Ivan
Sorry.
is thinking.
But you know, if he does play a6, Vincent just needs to not be too greedy. Take on f1 once, and then just maybe g4 or something like that. Just don't let white promote.
Here
There we
we
go,
go.
a6.
I think f3, no? f3.
f3 looks very good.
f3 is the right move. Here.
g4 looks very good too. What's the rush?
Rook takes f1. Now f3.
They've traded.
So no,
f3 played. Very nice.
yeah,
Nice
Vincent's got,
technique.
yeah, Vincent's got the right idea. That
Queen's coming to d4.
yeah. Let me just say, takes. Not rook e1.
Not rook e1. That would have been a
F3.
huge blunder.
Well, we are now threatening rook e1. And
Let's look at that for just a second.
Well-
I mean, if I play a7, rook e1?
I will take on f3. I
Oh.
will take on f3 first. I think that's forced. Otherwise, it's just a mate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Queen d4 check or rook e1 immediately?
Let's go rook e1, a7.
Okay.
But there is a check at the end, queen h3 and queen c8, right?
Yes.
That's what I think he wants to do. So take on f1, queen to c4,
Takes
and
and
king f2, let's say. No, king f2, you have queen c5, so that would win on the spot. Let's say king to e1 or king g2. King g2, right?
queen
Okay.
a6.
Queen a6, and now I go
Knight
knight
b5.
b5. How is this position?
It's not a study.
It looks funny, like, obviously, you're a queen up, but how do
To
you
bring the
free
king
that
to
queen?
d7, play
I have
c6.
to put the king to b7?
I guess you have to do
Oh yeah,
then-
king b7 and free the queen, right?
Right.
Straightforward.
let's keep
Straightforward,
running.
but
Who's
long,
first?
long.
Takes a long time.
Yeah.
It's a long process, right?
Yeah.
White creates a passer on the
I'll
king
go
side by then.
c4,
f4, h4.
f4, h4. Where's your king
For
going?
sure it's not a study. Maurice will get on this and he will
Maurice will
create a
be,
study from this.
Overjoyed. For those of you who don't know, our co-commentator Maurice Ashley just absolutely loves stumping the grandmasters with his studies.
Yeah, he has some really good ones.
Yeah, he had fun at the opening ceremony where he had all of the grandmasters looking at.
Let's go to
Studies.
the live board to see
Please.
where they're at. I think
And
Ivan
it
is
doesn't
still
seem to
thinking.
be that close. I've been going through the lines as well. It doesn't seem like white is anywhere close to creating any problems in that
Mm-hmm.
position. Like that king is coming quickly towards
Really?
the b7 square.
By the
and,
way, an
freeing
update,
that queen up.
Gukesh has won his game against Jorden.
Yes, I see that.
Congratulations, Gukesh is back, recovered after that loss.
Wow, but I don't know. I mean, because I think for our world champion, he'll say, "I'm happy with the result, not
Right.
with my play."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But a win is a win.
yeah, we'll take any win. we do have F3.
Isn't it? Ivan is in deep think, but he's down to a minute and a half. So.
But there's nothing to think about because Queen F3 is absolutely, it's a forced mate. G3 is going to be a forced mate after Queen D4 check. And F2, he has to take.
He's taken it. We're probably going to see that position with knight on b5, right? Down queen.
For sure.
Nothing better for white.
And again, we've been looking, that's strange, it disappeared. We've been looking at rook.
Rook e1. Your mouse does not want to cooperate with you.
It's a hate-hate relationship I have with my mouse.
Wait, don't we have? No, queen d4, king g2. I can't take the pawn anyways.
Sorry, what was
I want to give you a check first.
Yeah.
And on king g2, rook f1, but you promote with a check.
With a check, yeah.
With a check.
That would
So
be
I
a cold
can't do
shower.
that.
So we were taking and then playing rook to queen to c4 in our previous.
Seems like he has to go for it.
We get here, and we tried king g2, and we went.
It's funny how
queen
queen a6 is the only move, right?
Not a surprise. Knight b5, defending the pawn, and then you were mentioning, Cristian, that the king is coming too fast. Yeah.
The good news is that you don't have a lot of options as black.
Why do we need to play c4?
Aesthetically, knights adore protection.
This game between Bogdan and Anish was a draw.
That happened quickly.
Yeah, they found some kind of repetition. So Bogdan's time trouble was not an issue.
Okay, I'm going to go to the game between Nodirbek and Prague. Looking great. Wait a minute, I miss it. The pawn on d5 is gone.
Nodirbek definitely squeezed Prague in this endgame.
The d5 pawn no longer exists.
This would be a big win first win for Nodirbek in this event, and Prague, who's in clear second going down right now.
Whoa.
Not great for him. 4 seconds. He played b6.
But aren't we playing f4 and rook to d6?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
connected
F4 is a very
passers
strong move.
F4,
in the center.
rook to d6. Once I have my pawn on f4, it means I get to play d5.
And you don't even need to use your knight that's on b1 to win the game.
It's kind of useful, actually.
Yeah.
Just a second, you know. Pawn on a3 is being nicely
We'll have to
protected.
create some kind of counterplay. King c7, knight a5, put some piece on c4, and hope for the best.
Yeah. A minute, 15 seconds for Nodirbek, 4 seconds?
14 for
seconds.
Prague. Yeah.
And this would be Nodirbek's first win in this game. He would take him back to 50%.
You know, if you had given me
made
odds...
three draws and 1 loss.
Yeah, if you had given me odds and said, okay, you're in round 6, you know, how many victories does Nodirbek have? I'd say, well, maybe 3.
Maybe a few.
At least
Well,
2.
what if I said 0?
That would be shocking.
Then you'd go, no way. No way.
He's definitely on his way right now to getting his first victory, knight to a5.
Don't count Prague out yet.
No, Prague is tricky. Prague is tricky, and he definitely has something up his sleeves right now. Trying to get that rook on c4, or perhaps the knight coming to c4.
Well, at the moment, the rook is a little trapped. If I play d5, you're not playing knight c4. I've got rook c6 check.
I'll play rook c4 check. Apparently white needs to do something like king c2 and bring the knight out to c3, which looks very winning once you see that knight coming to c3, but will Nodirbek spot it? Because maybe he forgot about the knight on b1.
Yeah,
d5
especially
is
with the
also
king.
very strong. Like just pushing the pawn with d5 is extremely strong.
I like
the position.
d5.
King d3, knight c3, you still have to bring it out.
Even the funny looking king b2, which I think he just played.
Yes.
Yes.
He did play
This
king
is
b2.
winning as well. And
wow.
That's a beautiful move because you're allowing knight to c4. You're allowing this double
Why
attack.
are
But
you
knight c4,
allowing
king
knight
b3, this
c4?
is just a lost
And then
endgame.
b5.
Well, you can't.
You have to
take
go
on
b5
d6.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only move. But now I can go rook d5.
Back, which he has done. And by
How
the way,
exactly
there's
do
a
you
rook.
defend
Rook takes
King
b.
c6?
Rook takes
King
b5.
b6 I can take on b5.
No, king c6.
Rook c5, and then I can take.
Ah, you forced me into it.
Yes.
Take
I will
on
force you into
b5
it.
check.
Very nice tactic.
Take on b5 with a check. Nodirbek just double checking. This is winning. Maybe
Yeah.
even knight.
Very nice trick.
Maybe even knight c3 is winning here.
Yeah.
Knight c3 is very tempting, but it does allow a few tricks in the position. I think rook takes b5 is very convincing.
Is the most convincing.
He just
I
needs to
agree.
calculate that knight endgame, which, to be honest, is not that difficult to calculate. Your pawns are so fast in the center, especially that d pawn.
Agreed. Rook takes b5 looks like a.
But it is a decision. So
19
right now,
seconds.
15 seconds to make that decision. Let's see what he does.
Because again, knight c3 is a tempting alternative as well.
Shows something
He went for
completely
rook
different.
d8.
Rook c8.
Rook c8, excuse me.
Yeah.
Also looks good, but maybe not as great. Knight a5, knight c6. Oh, Pragg would have gone knight c6, and then it wasn't so bad anymore.
Okay, d5. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's
No
push.
time. They're playing on just 10-second increment.
d5
I think it's
and
push time. Yep.
yeah, it's time to push him.
Takes the pawn on a3, but
Knight d2.
I think even taking on a3 here should be. You are on live board, yes, sir.
I am.
This is the
Okay,
correct
good.
position, yeah.
Rook c6.
Rook c6. What?
I'm a bit
Why?
surprised by this move.
Why not?
Well, because I
Oh,
want
it
to.
stops d6, right?
I want
But
to
he was-
promote. I want to promote with check.
I thought he wanted to take the knight, go king b4, and win the pawn.
That would
Okay,
have
this
been
is
winning.
this is
but-
a nice way of playing this position with knight d2 because knight on a3 is basically trapped right now.
Well, I
the only
wanted
way
to-
to get it back is to give that pawn back with knight to c4.
for sure. But the immediate knight d2 with the rook still on c8 means I can go d6, d7, and d8
Of
with
course,
a check.
yes. He's trying to stay as controlled as possible, and he basically does not want to give his opponent any tactical options. He wants to keep it very, very safe.
Love. We've also been told that Vincent's on the verge of the precipice of victory.
Yeah, I think he's checkmating with the king and queen.
Where would you like? Let's
If you
go.
can-
We are going to switch.
It's on the last board.
Yep.
There we go.
Well, that one just finished.
Yeah, it's
it
over.
happened. Vincent gets his third victory of the tournament, continues the streak of decisive results.
No draws.
And right now he's on 6 points.
All right.
Will
Big
he make
victory,
any
very
draws?
important victory.
Yes.
In rapid. Maybe
In
not.
blitz.
In blitz he will. Can't go 18 games without a draw, but
Rook c6 to d6.
Knight to b5.
I am confused by what
Wait a
is
minute, knight to
going
b5,
on.
can I just take on b4?
Yes.
And this is truly a knight's endgame that I cannot have
Yeah,
any
but-
issues in.
No.
Because you're not getting any of my pawns.
No. King takes b4, I think, is just
rook d7. He's going to take on before next move. Or even take f7. Very clean. Now 2 pawns unstoppable. This will be first
protected
defeat
passers.
for Pragg. He's been having a very good tournament. Bit of a shock.
King to c4 would be very, very nice.
Knight c2. I mean, there's no moves. It's
There's
over.
no
and
moves, yeah.
Nodirbek about to score his first victory.
And Pragg about to score his first defeat. Is that the way that works?
That's how it works.
And
we
there
go,
we
the
have it.
handshake.
Oof.
Definitely heartbreak for Pragg. And Nodirbek feeling the momentum now. He can start winning.
I think Nodirbek really needed that victory. What had happened in the first 4 rounds was just
It's
horrifying.
Like him
Yeah,
to have that result.
-1 after 4 rounds.
At the same time, you could see Nodirbek was still maintaining his confidence. It doesn't look like he's affected by that loss and the fact that he cannot win a single game. He still plays his best chess. He still comes with a lot of confidence out of the opening, and it paid dividends in this one.
So we had, again, 3 decisive games, and Black won 2 of them.
Yeah, no, the players are really
like
bringing
round
it
1.
for this competition. And just the way you just described Nodirbek's approach to chess, he doesn't mind losing. It's like
it fuels him.
Yeah, and there's our
standings
standings.
After 5 rounds. Alireza extends his lead now with 8 points, 2 points ahead of how many players? A lot. 5?
3, 4, 5. Yeah.
5 players sharing
5.
second. Incredible. Vincent, Anish, Pragg, MVL, and Daniel. Whoa. Chasing pack.
Yeah, but it's Jorden and Ivan that are just the Father Christmas giving away a lot of presents, and Gukesh was very happy with that victory. Vincent bouncing back after his loss to Alireza.
Important win as well.
Exactly.
Back in the second place. We're going to take a short break, and on a break you're going to see an interview with all the players. They're going to talk about their favorite part of GCT. Enjoy, we'll be back.
Well, you know, every time I'm here, I see all these great players, and it just gives me the motivation, you know, to prove myself. Even though it's not my first time, I'm still, you know, hopeful, and I just want to be the best.
Just generally well-organized, strong tournaments. They have a certain spark. Like you know, you want to play well, you want to perform, you prepare well, you give your focus and energy to it, and that is. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the life of chess player and something I really enjoy.
It's 27 games in 5 days. You know, we will play 9 games of Rapid and 18 games of Blitz. So from my experience, the most exciting thing is finding your rhythm, because it's easy. If you lose a few games, then you kind of get a feeling of tilt. So I think in these tournaments, I really enjoy finding my rhythm. For example, last year in this tournament in Croatia, I played very poorly in Rapid, and I did very well in Blitz. So I think whenever I find my rhythm, I think I'm a very dangerous player.
In general, I would say the competition, the level of the competition. I mean, it's always been some of the absolute world top players over the past 11 years now. And the good thing is that for a while, those top players were remaining the same. But now we have a lot of new additions, new players who are challenging me and who are like thirsty for blood. So I need to be aware of my surroundings and to be ready to fight back.
Well, for me, it's obviously an opportunity to play the best players in the world. It's also a great mix of like some of the most experienced guys, but also you have all these young guns, you know. So it's a really exciting field, and you have all the different time formats. You have the classical, but also the rapid and the blitz. So it's a nice mix of everything, basically. And of course, it's the most prestigious tour we have in the world of chess. So I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Opportunity to play against the world's best players and to show myself. I guess none of the tournaments I play during the year is kind of like this Grand Chess Tour. Not just because of the format, which is Rapid and Blitz, but also because of the players, the audience, having to play on my home soil and so on. So I have a lot of fans, and I really want to show my best here.
You know, because I can play against the best players in the world. Also, I can show, you know, my best knowledges, because when you play against the best players in the world, this thing, you know, push you to play better.
I think every time field a bit different, the field, and no, the most exciting thing is to try to play for win and to win the tournament.
First of all, I think it's super strong, and also the combination of as a tour, you have to try and score points to make it to finals, and I think as a format it's quite exciting. And I always enjoy playing top players, so this is an opportunity for me.
I mean, the players' field is always very strong. I think it's the challenge of trying to be consistent over, 5 days, and then every single game, every single day, it's you really have to be at your best because all of the guys here are super strong, and that's something that that makes me work hard. Yeah.
Tuesday marked the official start of the 2026 Rapid and Blitz Croatia as players gathered for the opening ceremony, kicking off the next stop on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Since 2019, we have been a proud partner of the Grand Chess Tour, helping to bring the world's best players to Croatia, Poland, Brazil, and Romania. Over the past 7 years, we have invested nearly 14 million in chess because of what the game develops: patience, resilience, and the ability to think several moves ahead.
I've been here so many times, always a pleasure, and it's always kind of remarkable because it's all kind of the same, but I'm always also very different, so we'll see what this year all has in store for us.
You're here, we saw you won the Norway Chess, beating twice in the same tournament, world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a great tournament for me. It gave me a lot of confidence. But saying that this is a completely different one, different format, so it's going to be interesting and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you and good luck.
It's a Rapid and Blitz event, and since all the other previous speeches could be qualified as Rapid, I'll be Blitz. I used to be a very creative chess player, so when I played professional chess. And now it's my 6th year here, being part of the opening ceremony in Zagreb. It's actually 11 years for our Grand Chess Tour. But maybe it's good, because we live in a world that is full of events and we don't know what will happen. While world is full of uncertainties and is plenty of room for bettings, you can safely bet on one thing, that next year we'll be here again. I'm sure that lack of my creativity will be fully compensated by the great ideas presented by the players. Thank you.
The stage is set for another unforgettable chapter on this year's tour.
Welcome back, everyone. We only have one rapid game left for the day. Let's check the standings after 5 rounds of rapid chess. We have a sole leader, Frenchman Alireza is doing fantastic. He has 8 points and has a 2-point lead over 5 players who are chasing him. It's Vincent, Anish, Prag, MVL, and Daniel with 6 points.
Crucial pairings coming up for the 6th and final round of the day. Tell us about them.
Absolutely, let's see what we have in store. Who is the leader playing?
I have my eye on Prag and Alireza.
Very important games. Look at that. We have Vincent against Daniel.
Huge.
Huge. Then Prag coming off of that loss against Alireza. Can he take down the leader? Then we have MVL playing Ivan Saric, Gukesh against Anish, Giri, and Jorden against Nodirbek. All exciting matches.
Absolutely. We don't know what form Gukesh is going to play because as a world champion, he can play like a world champion. But as we just saw, he won a game that he had no business winning whatsoever. And for Jorden, oof, that hurt.
Big upset indeed.
Yeah.
And we want to congratulate our colleague Var Akobian for being the best collegiate team coach.
What? How did he do that?
He is 2026 US Chess Federation College Coach of the Year. He coaches 2 teams, SLU's women's chess team and men's team. Both teams extremely strong. The women's team were national champions this year and men's team finished 2nd. I believe, Cristian, your team won.
We won the Final Four
Won
this
the
year,
Final
and
Four,
we
yes.
actually didn't have a women's team to compete, unfortunately. We lost a lot of girls 1 year ago, graduation and all sorts of things. Now we're rebuilding, but I think
You gotta keep
did
up
an
with
amazing
Var.
job.
He's doing great.
Well,
Look,
wait
again,
a minute.
we won.
You got the gold medal, and he gets the Coach of the Year.
We won a good.
What?
He got a gold medal as well because we had for the first year the women's Final Four. This is the first year, the inaugural one.
Right.
So he did quite well in that one, and he's building a tremendous women's team
At St. Louis University.
in that one. So I think we're going to have a rivalry for a few years to come. So
That's exciting.
I think I won this award in 2024. You guys didn't show any graphics about that.
It wasn't
one,
worth mentioning.
I know, right?
Obviously.
Look, SLU is an amazing team, and I think VAR is doing a great job. So congratulations.
So
Absolutely.
intense rivalry is getting more intense as we go.
It's better to have competition, right? Then you keep pushing yourself.
Definitely, it's nice. I think when you have a really good competition like we have in the United States, the players are really pushing themselves, and they improve greatly. Again, two big games, Prague versus Alireza. Let's just talk about that for a moment. Prague coming off a loss, and a stinging one at that.
Can he shake it off quickly?
Exactly. And on the other hand,
Alireza is chilling.
But Alireza was lucky.
He also got a
took
long
on
break,
G7.
right? Was it the last game he had a quick draw against MVL? So
Yeah.
he had maybe an extra hour or something to rest.
Good point.
And prepare, which helps.
Yeah, especially when your opponent just lost. And the second game that I think is a big one is Vincent versus Daniel. Daniel's playing very well. Vincent bounces back after a loss against Alireza.
Are we going to see a first draw by Vincent?
I don't know. Sometimes you get in those modes of play where you can't draw.
You can't draw, yes, which is not a common thing in chess, but sometimes it happens. Let's remind everyone our schedule. We're in the middle of round 2 today, final round. Tomorrow will be last day of Rapid, and then we move on to Blitz. There's going to be a lot of Blitz games, 9 games per day. Whoa.
Over Saturday and Sunday. Yes, but once again, just to remind, this is round 6.
But let's go over to Zagreb and check in with Maurice.
Thank you, Nazi. Well, it seems there's a bit of a debate, or let's say discussion, lively one, about draws that are what's called grandmaster draws. You know, when you have the name grandmaster attached to draws, you think it should be something special, but we all know it's actually something you kind of look sideways on. Those quick draws that maybe they're prearranged or you can't prove it, but it's not something that makes the fans get excited, and a lot of times the organizers are wondering, what are we supposed to do about it? We did see that happen in the last round with the two Frenchmen, and that makes it even more one of those things where you look askew and you say, wait a second, is it something that they're being friendly with each other, or is it just the tournament standings? But what would be the solution to those kind of very quick draws where you see this Grunfeld get played up 3, 4, 5 times and easy draws? There are so many suggestions. I've made them over the years. I've seen people talk about switching colors and continuing to play. Maybe you play an Armageddon game or something, because those draws just don't leave a great taste in the palate. However, in this situation, it's actually quite critical because the two players are actually fighting for one spot, as we've talked about so far. And so they're not tied for first. Alireza is ahead of Maxime, and that's a healthy lead. So a draw is actually a poor result. And if you look at the overall GCT standings, you see here Alireza and Maxime are tied in the standings at a very poor score, 7 points after 2 events. So they'll need a massive surge of points, most likely a win, in order to have any chance of getting to the GCT finals. So the question of draws, who it benefits, what should be done about it, is going to be left for organizers to decide. We see Norway Chess, they do it by Armageddon. Maybe the Grand Chess Tour might take up this topic, but it certainly is an interesting one. I think that a lot of fans would love to see a change. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I do agree, but at least we don't have that problem often.
No.
It really doesn't happen often.
Right.
But I do love that when Norway Chess makes them play in Armageddon right away.
It's fun. In this particular case, I must say that from Alireza's point of view, it was good for him.
Yes.
Because he's securing his first place at the moment, and maybe he'll regret throwing away white pieces. But for the moment, hey, it hasn't
Only in
affected.
hindsight, right? At the end of the event, he can look back and I shouldn't have given that white.
Say that was bad.
Or maybe this rest was actually a good decision and he will continue to lead.
Yeah. For Prague, with having the white pieces against Alireza, throw out what you would expect, an E4, E5
Well, his player
business?
can play anything, but first I was going to ask, should he play for a win? We're talking about Prague. He always plays for a win.
100%.
And he's with the white pieces. Of course, he's going to go for it.
Right.
And look at our pairings, and also you can see the points, right? Alireza has 2-point lead. Everybody wants Prague to beat Alireza, all the other players, right?
Exactly.
So
Bring
have
him
a
back
chance.
to earth, yes.
Exactly.
At the same time, you can see how many players are tied for second position with 6
5.
points.
Yeah.
Vincent, Prague, Maxime, as well as Bogdan-Daniel Deac
And
Anish.
5 players.
So quite a few players. So everybody knows that any chances they get, they need to take full advantage of that. And if they can score some points, that's amazing. Because
Even Gukesh and Nodirbek are not far away, 5 points.
Right.
If they start winning, they can catch up as well. They
exactly.
Yeah.
They're right now, I believe, on 50%. Both of those players. So definitely nobody's running away with this event. 2 points is not an insurmountable lead.
No.
Yeah, and the rapid portion is not even over yet. We still have another day.
Yes. Many points at stake. 8 points in total starting this round.
Yes.
8 points still to go until we enter the blitz portion.
Yeah. And 9 points per day.
Yeah.
I still.
It's going to be fast.
When I look back at the Grand Chess Tour, I still remember Magnus going 9 out of 9 in one of those rapid
in Croatia,
blitz.
in Zagreb.
Yeah.
I was there. That was historical.
And then we had the wild card of Firouzja coming out of nowhere, making one of the greatest Grand Chess Tour scores in any GC Rapid and Blitz event.
And I want to say that when Magnus did 9 out of 9 in Blitz, he was trailing by a lot of points Wei. Like everybody was signing off. Okay,
Right,
Wei is winning the tournament easy.
Fight
And then
for second.
Magnus comes in and scores 9 out of 9.
Right.
And then he still, I think he's still in second position going into the final day of Blitz, even after 9 out of 9. But then slowly and surely takes over. Yes, and he catches with like 3 rounds to go and then wins the tournament.
Amazing.
Just an incredible performance.
Absolutely.
Historical performance by Magnus in that one.
Now I'm starting to think, so in Croatia, is it always wildcard winning this event? At least last couple of years, it's been a wildcard taking it home.
Right.
And taking this 13 points away from the full tour Grand Chess Tour players.
Yeah, that brings a GCT deflation when a Magnus enters and takes a lion's share of those GCT Tour points away.
Well, here right now, Firouzja's looking good, and even the Chase and Pack, they're all full tour players except for Bogdan.
Yeah.
So maybe this time wildcard won't win the event. And players are arriving, getting ready for their final game of the day.
And again, we should not count out Van Foreest and Saric just yet, but they are having pretty bad events.
No, they're having
so
bad
far.
events, but they can spoil.
They can definitely spoil anybody's party in this
sure.
one. So, especially Jorden. I mean, Jorden on half a point out of 5 games. This is just a shocking event so far for him. And the problem is that he might be allowing tilt right now. We can see him right there at the bottom of your screen, arranging his pieces. And he seemed quite calm. Even after losing this last game, he was perhaps trying to stay in the moment, trying not to despair after allowing that king to f7 and just checkmate in a couple of moves.
All of us know what it is to go on tilt and want to win too hard, too badly, and start losing points. As a coach, and you have a player on tilt, I mean, any advice? What advice?
It's easier said than done, first of all. always, because you do have those emotions, especially in Rapid and Blitz, when everything goes so fast, so quickly. It's easy to pile on those emotions, but you just have to understand that the tournament is not over. Tournament is not over. You still have rounds to play, and it can always get worse. So,
well, thanks, coach.
It can always get worse. So just finish the tournament. Try to understand that the next round, it's a completely blank slate, and you have to take it as just as that. Of course, in the heat of the battle, now that's when you start having those doubts and those conversations. Oh, I missed this type of idea 3 games in a row. Am I going to miss it once again? And then you start doubting yourself, and that's when mistakes happen.
Absolutely. But we know he's a fantastic player. He might be having one of the worst tournaments of his life, because half a point out of 5 games. Very unlike him.
For Nodirbek, a player of absolute supreme confidence, his first win. Is it time to push?
Yes, but we should watch the leaders, right? Let's go to Prag and Alireza.
Yeah.
I see Sicilian.
Yeah, I see E4,
We have a
C5.
Sicilian in Jorden versus Nodirbek, so we're still with this one.
There we go.
But
Yeah, here we go.
A close Sicilian.
Close Sicilian by
our
Prag.
tournament
Very
leader,
often on this level.
Alireza, with the black side, and Bishop B5. So Knight C3 had always been for me an indication we're going to go with a close Sicilian.
This is what he prepared in the
based on
candidates.
G2, G3.
He defeated Anish in the first round.
Yeah.
His only victory at the candidates. But he did defeat Anish with the close Sicilian. So there's definitely some ideas that he's sitting on against the Sicilian.
I know
This kind of prep, especially for Rapid, can be such a strong weapon.
Yes. I know the move A2, A4, very sensible, da-da-da-da. You know, you're inviting knight takes bishop. But imagine, like, I'm a barbarian.
But yes, sir, this is quite rare. There's already only 94 games in the database. One of them we know it's Prague's game against Anish.
Right.
Oh, you're saying prove why this is good.
Yeah, you put your bishop on B5. I took it.
It's, you know, I just have space advantage on the queen side, that's all.
Right.
Nothing more than that.
Bishop B7, and once I play bishop B7, in the future I'll look to play A6, and then
Get rid of the pawn, yeah.
get rid of that. But let's see.
chose G6.
G6.
Bianchero.
Very logical.
The king side.
I would expect knight on.
Maybe he was a bit surprised, not expecting this opening. What do you think?
Yes.
Prague has played this before, but we know these players play dozens of different lines. You can't prepare against all of them.
No, I think it came as a mild surprise, to be sure. Okay, we're going to put this one on hold. I'm going to take us to Vincent Keymer, who is in second place, in a big tie, I should say, versus Bogdan-Daniel Deac, who is also one of the 5 players tied with him for second. And this is from
the board.
Was it knight F3?
2 fianchettoed bishops.
Let me go back to the very start. Yes.
Started as
Vincent,
ready.
yeah, knight F3 and D5 and G3. So again, he's choosing a very flexible. Is this a reverse Grunfeld?
It looks like it, yeah.
Uh,
Castles.
okay,
6.
just and now
B3 is kind of rare.
Yeah, it is.
And I believe white plays E3 here, knight D2.
Exactly.
Eventually C4.
E3, C4, knight D2. E3, queen E2. Also, if I was looking to make, I don't know, a little bit of an imbalance, captures, knight C3, followed by knight A4 and C4 is a way for white to try to play for some advantage. But okay, it's, I don't even know what you call this opening, if not a ready.
I think it's a ready, right? Maybe some line of a ready.
What do they call it?
It's called the Indian game.
Nice
the
variation.
Indian game.
Indian game.
You can call any opening an Indian game.
Get out of here.
It's a reverse Grunfeld.
Yes.
Okay.
You have a pawn on D4. There's no pawn defending that pawn, so it's a reverse Grunfeld.
Take it away. What other games have caught your eye in this, the last round of today?
Well, all of them are quite interesting. I just want to point out the fact that I would assume with this choice of opening, Vincent, what he was trying to do is take his opponent out of the opening as quickly as possible. Bogdan is just blitzing out his moves. So somehow he actually knows what to do in this one. Somebody told him exactly what Vincent is going to play, it seems like.
Nice.
Or he read his mind. But definitely, I would say not the upper hand necessarily, because White is still perhaps a tiny bit better in this position. But Bogdan seems to know exactly what to do. And Vincent did not get the strategical advantage that he wanted out of the opening. And that would be the surprise element. Nobody's surprised in this position.
If you were to say which player in the tournament would be walking around during the rapid game,
Even Blitz.
Even Blitz,
It's always Daniel.
It would be Daniel. There you go. He's the one strolling around on stage. As if
I think
he's got all the
Jorden
time in the world.
and Abdusattorov, that's a game that we should definitely keep an eye out on because both of these players want to win. Nodirbek obviously smells blood right now in the water like a shark because he knows Jorden is not in tip-top shape. So he wants to create the complications. He wants to put pressure in the position but on the clock as well, and he hopes to take advantage of that. Jorden, you know, he welcomes this type of battles. He enjoys this type of battles. Again, in those critical moments, the question is going to be, will he have enough confidence to find the best moves after having such a rough event so far? So these are the elements that we should be paying attention to.
In this opening, I actually know the opening. A Dragendorf?
Yeah.
Great name.
It's
but we're already in a new position after
a synthesis of the dragon as well as the Najdorf.
There's actually been 3 games.
From this exact position.
3 games in this position, yes.
All right, we're clearly using different databases.
Yes. All of them, I would assume, were online. Queen c7 has been played twice in this position. Knight to b6 once. And in fact, Hikaru played a game with black pieces in this one as well.
I like the move knight b6. It makes a lot of sense. You want to play knight c4. You could also play knight e5, intending to play knight c4, but maybe you, for tactical reasons, you want to leave the diagonal open and you don't necessarily want to walk into f4, e5. And it seems to me like knight b6 is the most flexible way of playing
this type of positions, Yasser, do you feel more comfortable to play with white or black?
Black.
Black, right? Me too. Even though it looks like white's going to be the one controlling the center and
G4,
pushing.
H4, and stuff like that. But I do like the fact that black in the open Sicilian has this half-open C file. You always have these rook takes C3 kind of ideas, and you have B4 ideas. And
like your plans and ideas are easier to remember and know, while with white you have to be more careful.
Well, with white, you've got to precisely plan E5 at the right moments, or G4 at the right moments, or bishop G5, knight D5. And if you mix ideas, you're busted.
And the thing is that pawn on H5, for the moment, right now with the rook on H8 without being castled, it's an asset because you're stopping the move G4. But once you castle, then that pawn on H5 becomes a hook in the position. And white can just simply go for G4, and black would have some difficulties closing shop on that side. So you do need to pay very close attention of how you're going to finish your development as black in this position.
In addition to what you just said about the pawn on H5 being an asset, it also stops bishop H6 in quite a number of positions.
95. H3, by the way, blitzed out by Jorden. He wants to go for G4.
Also F45 could be ideal.
F45 is an idea as well, for sure.
Okay, so if we just play the most... Am I falling for an E5 trick? Maybe I am.
No, there's no trick.
Bishop takes E5 and knight
could
E6.
Take with the pawn as well and switch the B file.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I'm not...
Queen takes D2, knight takes G7.
It's king F8, right?
King F8.
Yeah.
And we keep going.
Just to mess up the pawns.
Exactly. the last great act of defiance, you know, triple pawns.
I'm a pawn
somehow
up,
those
though.
pawns are
One of
not
them
bad.
is an extra pawn.
But it is an extra. I just wanted to make
Not
sure
a pretty
that there
one,
was,
that's for
yeah,
sure.
that there wasn't a trick there, that knight c4.
Well, there are two more games we haven't looked at.
And by the way, h4.
And bishop g5 came instantaneously.
So
Jorden, familiar with the position. Nodirbek, not so much, but he got what he wanted out of the opening. A complicated battle in the
Exactly.
Sicilian. He will have his chances as well. In this one.
Absolutely. Let's check in how MVL's doing. He is also one of the players sharing second. And he's playing Ivan Saric.
And as Maurice has been reminding us, both Maxime and Alireza need big results to get to the finals.
To make it to Final Four, yes.
Final Four. And let's see, we've just seen a trade on f6. First sight, it looks good for white. I mean, but how to exploit...
Exactly. It doesn't seem like enough for white to call it an advantage.
Well, I'm dreaming of knight f1 and knight e3. And to do that, I have to make a move that I'm not proud of. f3? What do you think about that? Again,
Yeah,
I've
I
got...
see your plans. It's a slow play, long game, I believe. Yeah. But black should be totally fine.
Yeah, reluctantly, I have to agree. Hold on, we didn't see f3. I think he played something else.
Played rook e3.
Rook e3. Okay, so he did want
Stop in knight d3.
to stop knight d3. Rook e3.
Kind of an awkward move, though, right?
Yeah.
Black and then bishop on c1.
There is a...
I don't know if the rook will be that great on the g file because e4 pawn is hanging. Yeah, white pieces are just not harmonious yet.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah, if you could teleport the knight from d2 to g3 so that we can get to f5, then we can show dominance.
All right, this is going to be a long end game. One
Yes.
more game. Let's look at the world champ Gukesh against Anish Giri. Gukesh coming off of a win against Foreest. What
So-
opening did this come from?
This is a Rui Lopez exchange variation, I'm guessing.
Okay.
It's the exchange delayed. Yeah. Which...
What do you think about white's position? Extending the pawn all the way to a5?
I must say, confession, I've never really fully understood the ideas, but they're engine approved. You know, I'm assuming the idea is that you want to play for a b4, b5 attack, and the way you're going to do that is going to go bishop to a3 and rook to b1, and again, b4, b5.
That's the plan, but it takes time.
Yeah, and is it good?
Meanwhile, actually, Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, big news, guys, in the game of Foreest versus Abdusattorov, because after bishop g5, take a look at what just happened. Bishop to g5, queen to b6 was played. f4 came instantaneously. In fact, this position right now is just completely winning position for white.
For white?
If you go completely winning position, already a +2.5 advantage.
Wow.
In the position. I'm getting everything I wanted from this one, and there's no way for you to stop it. First of all, you're not going to castle anytime soon because you're losing the pawn on h4. That's one of your problems. The other problem is that the most natural move after knight to c4, I'm going to take on c4, rook to c4, and then e5 comes. I'm blasting open your position in this one. This is bad news for you. You can sense the fact that this position is just crumbling for black. For example, if you go knight to d7, e6 can come. Knight to f5 is a beautiful way to finish the game, taking advantage of the fact that the knight on d7 doesn't have any protection anymore. So this one is really, really bad news after f4. And if you try to stay put with the move knight to d7, then after bishop f3, I have the perfect position. I'm going to go e5 next if you allow me to do, and there's no way for you to stop it. If you go knight h7, well, unfortunately, you're losing that pawn on h4. So every single piece of white's, it's in the optimal position right now, and it doesn't seem like black is getting anywhere close to a counterattack on the other side of the board, on the queen side of the board. For example, if you go b4, I always have this idea of knight to a4, pick up the pawn on b4 next, just be a pawn up. You have no compensation for everything bad that's happening to your position, and you have no follow-up. That's the problem. You castle, you lose the pawn. Not only that, but e5 is also coming in the position. Bad news for Nodirbek. I think he understands the fact that queen to b6 was a tremendous misstep.
And Jorden has only spent 5 seconds.
Yes.
So
he knows something.
He knows his way.
I think he did. I think that's a fair assessment. And badly at that.
Dragondorf and so many Sicilians are so scary.
Well, if we just go back to this position, I liked the move knight b6. I was reluctant about knight e5 because I'm always vulnerable to f4, e5. And then I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the move h4
That pawn is always hanging, right?
Like, okay, if he had just gone knight c4 immediately, maybe even, as you said, recapture with a pawn on c4. But quite a number of miscues for me. Knight e5, h4, queen b6. I didn't like these last three moves from Nodirbek. And when you said he's just dead lost after this, I was...
I mean, this is only move 16 and position's almost +2.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. You can't ask for more in the opening.
No.
And Nodirbek, as you can see, he's taking a deep think. He knows he's in trouble, but he's trying to find the best way to keep himself in the game.
You know, the strange thing about Sicilians is that when you're desperate, you know, you reach for your rook on c8, and you just go rook takes c3, and you hope there will be a knight takes e4. Unfortunately, in this case, bishop takes f6 is a great answer. But Maurice, over to you in Zagreb.
Thanks, Yas. Well, this point about the Dragondorf, it's one of those very cool names. Dragon combined with the Najdorf. You think maybe, you know, with such pedigree as a sharp opening, both sharp openings, in fact, that it must be good for black. It often turns out to be bad for black because it's almost like you're mixing systems as opposed to combining them. And white can play very straightforward chess. This idea of the queenside pawn advance with a6 and b5 in the dragon, you often find it to be a little bit too slow, and especially if you have any additional weaknesses in the position. I know it's almost like heresy to players who play the dragon to hear stuff like that, but the fact is black has to be very precise. Take your position, for example, right here where you said knight b6. Knight b6 is a very tricky move to play because you had actually pointed this out in another line, the move e5. And you set this up in this position where suddenly this knight e6 move comes on the board and you get the exact same line that you talked about, but now your knight on b6 is hanging. That's the difference in this position versus the other positions. So what black has to do is just chill and play queen c7. But it's not clear what black's plan should be from here, but neither is it clear what white's plan should be. So a very, very tricky positions. You got to know it. You got to have a feel for it. Looks like Nodirbek didn't, and now he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, because the current position is really, really bad. I have gone, thank you, Maurice. I've gone to the game between Prague and Alireza and catching up on our tournament leader. When we left it, he had played the move knight d4, and he decided e6 and put the knight on e7, a5. It was Ivan Saric that got his bishop stranded on b4.
Yesterday, yes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this bishop on b5.
You don't want the same thing to happen today.
There's a worry.
You learned your lesson, right?
Yeah. Are we still in theory, by the way?
I'm not sure. It was already rare when Prague went for this line.
it's a rare line with a4, yes.
Yes, right now it already seems like a new position. This last move, a5, I don't see any games. Before there were only 3 games.
Gotcha. So, all right, I will, if I'm in Alireza's shoes, I'm planning on playing d5 and capturing this pawn, undoubling my d pawns, and if white captures, to recapture with the knight. And I think that Alireza is going to be very happy coming out of this opening. Did he just play d5?
And that seems to be the right plan, and that seems like Alireza knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
He has a better position with black. The close Sicilian just simply did not work for Prague in this one.
You were telling us that Jorden is winning. Is that still the case,
Oh, yes.
Cristian?
Oh, yes. Well, in fact, knight to c4 happened. And perhaps that was the right way of playing this one, just to try to get something out of the position. Don't stay passive with the move knight to d7. Go forward and hope for the best. Again, the position is really bad right now. Take with the pawn on c4. And now there is a few ways in which you can finish this one. Well, finish this one. Continue having the decisive advantage. One of them, of course, is e5. Another one, quite strong, is in fact bishop takes f6. Because right now, if you take with the bishop, I continue with e5. Take bishop to g7. Once again, this beautiful idea comes in the position with knight to f5. This is not easy to see from afar, by the way, because you look at it.
Even up close, I don't understand.
Where's the mate, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But I can go knight to d5 in this position. How do you continue?
Take the knight,
Queen
c8.
Queen e6, I take on b7, right? Queen c5 to defend the pawn on e7, I take on b7. This is the problem. So there's no way to keep contact both with the bishop on b7 and the pawn on e7. That's the trick in the position.
Very nice.
Not easy to spot, but it is somewhat of a standard way of continuing the attack with white, this knight to f5 idea. And I think this is exactly what Jorden is trying to calculate right now. Either bishop takes f6 or e5. Let me put it this way. If he doesn't convert this one, and he knows he's winning right now, he knows he had a completely winning position against Gukesh.
When will you convert?
He will be a very sore man going into day 3. So definitely he needs to win this one, and he has a great chance of doing so and upsetting a surging Nodirbek.
Yeah, the accuracy levels tell a story. 93% already for Abdusattorov. So one big mistake, that queen b6 move, just badly timed.
Yeah,
93% for Abdusattorov, huh? Despite the fact that he's completely losing.
It's pretty high, right? It
yes, it's very high. It's very, very high.
Bishop takes f6 is very good move.
Not the only move.
But for me, I mean, e5 is like the most natural move.
Screams to be played, right?
Let's go. Let's just.
But I'm having my reservations about that. So you take with the pawn, I would assume.
Yes, I do.
And then I go knight to d5. How do you continue?
Yeah, I take on d5.
Yes, bishop takes d5.
And I play knight f5.
That is the way to go. But now I'm starting to have ideas. c3.
I take a bishop with check.
You can follow on my board if you would like.
I'm trying to tame my mouse. My mouse is not an easy. I'm assuming c3. Yeah.
Yes, c3. So what do you play after c3?
Only move, I guess.
You can take on g7 first.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant take on g7.
King to f8 and now queen to c1.
Yeah.
Right. But again, I take on b2 now. C takes b2.
No, I'm not sure.
If you take on b2, this endgame is in fact not that bad for black. Queen takes b2, queen takes b2, king takes b2. Bishop takes g2 first, and that knight on g7 is trapped. You still have a slight advantage, but not as high as you would think in this position. So
funny, I was thinking of bishop f6 there. A strange knight on g7, isn't it?
It is. The best move to maintain some sort of an advantage is this move queen to f4, but not easy to allow this pawn on b2 to survive like this. This looks extremely scary for white. At the same time, again, we have a Sicilian. It's extremely double-edged, and whoever calculates better, whoever will leave himself more time on the clock when it matters, when those critical moments arise, that's the person that's going to win. At the same time, look, he's busted, Nodirbek, but he's a fighter at the same time. And I'm sure we're going to see many more defensive ideas and offensive ideas coming from both players in this one. I don't think it's over yet. Bishop f6, if he finds it, I think is the most convincing, but it's not an easy move to make.
So you're saying bishop takes f6 is more convincing
in
than
the current
e5.
position. I do believe that bishop takes f6. And I do believe that it makes it more difficult for black to find the right moves. After e5, this is somewhat forced. Like you're going to go to d5, you're not going to go to d7 because after e6, you can basically resign. It's very easy to see that. So once again, I think we're following the wrong board, but after e5, knight to d7, e6, this is just completely winning. And it makes life a bit easier if he plays e5. Let's see, has he made his decision? Not yet. I feel like he's trying to make a move right now, but he doesn't know for sure which way to go. And additionally, also knight to a4 seems to be winning. A bit of a strange move, and I don't think we're going to see this move on the board. This is a very
like
unnatural
an off move.
Very unnatural move.
Yeah.
Yes, but also seems to be giving white the advantage. I'm expecting bishop takes f6, but surely he's calculating both bishop takes f6 and e5. Let's see which one he goes with.
Very exciting game indeed. Let's check with Gukesh and Anish. So remember when we left, there's a pawn on a5, and Yasser pointed out white should play for b4, b5.
b5.
It's all happening.
It is all happening. I'm absolutely sure that from a Gukesh's point of view, it's engine approved. Like
it is.
I've seen this.
So what is black supposed to do? Just prepare once b5 comes, protect b7, or should black focus on his counterplay on the king side?
With knight f4, right?
Right. Knight f4 might walk into some d4.
What do you want me to do? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just let you play b5 and kill me? No, I've got to throw some patties, gum up the engine a little bit. Bishop c8, b5, trade, rook takes b5. I think it's just easy play for white.
Yes, very easy.
I don't have much to
passive
calculate.
defense just won't work for black.
I don't think so.
Anish needs to create some chances for himself.
Right.
There is this move queen d6, and in between move attacking the pawn on d3.
Right.
Would you play rook b3 or ignore it and just play b5?
That's a good question, because I think I'm playing b5.
Nice, going all out.
Or all in.
All in. Yeah, I think that's what Anish is calculating. Probably both of them are looking at that right now. This position is already sharp, but it can become absolutely chaotic very soon.
Yeah. Queen d6, aiming for the counterplay on d3 makes a lot of sense to me. But you're absolutely right. Even though the battle isn't joined right away, it's actually a very sharp position. And I feel like a tempo
will decide everything, right?
Absolutely. Now I'm really curious. Did Jorden answer?
He hasn't played yet.
He's still thinking.
That's too much. Okay. I'm going to go to MVL versus Ivan Saric, because when we left it, Maxime was trying to take advantage of some weak squares. And
he still is.
He's still trying to get his knight to e3 to f5.
Yeah, he's maneuvering his pieces. The knight is on f1 heading towards, I don't know, e3, g3.
A maneuvering game. And Vincent versus Bogdan? Geez. I used to live for these positions as black. I was thinking that the pawn on b4 was actually worth 2 pawns, because it holds the pawn on c2.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I've just
that pawn on b4 is the hero.
Yeah, it just felt like I'm better with black.
But there's no pieces left on the king side for black, and white does have that long diagonal bishop on b2, Ein g7. At some moment, maybe black king will end up in danger.
Okay. You convinced me. I would play f6. Close your diagonal. Yeah, close that diagonal, and maybe, queen d7 or queen c7.
The most surprising thing in this game is that Bogdan is not in time trouble. He has 11 minutes.
Be serious.
How is that possible?
Right. I mean, there are certain things in life that I've come to expect and count on.
A guarantee, right?
Guarantee.
Let's not speak
ironclad.
too quickly. Now it's his turn and he's spending some time right now.
What's going on?
We'll talk about this in like 9 minutes or so.
I think Vincent's going to file a protest with the GCT organizers.
Why am I the only one?
Why me? I mean, what's going on? Pragg and Alireza. Let's jump to that one.
There's some structural changes in that game. Pragg now has an isolated pawn on d3.
Well, we left it, there was d5, and it looks like it captures, and c4.
Alireza had double pawns before on d5.
Exactly. And now,
trades.
I tell you, I can never get this mouse to cooperate with me. Takes. Well, this is going out.
Coming off. I think they're going straight into rook and bishop endgame.
This is
I think
nicely.
Pragg understood that maybe it's time to pull the brakes. Pull the brakes, make a draw, and call it a day. Come back tomorrow with a lot more chances. You cannot afford to lose this one. You didn't get anything out of the opening, so you might as well accept the result. Jorden did not play either bishop takes f6 or e5. And in fact, his advantages vanished.
Wow, in one move, it's all gone.
He played queen to e3. Let's go to that one for just a second.
That's very, very soft.
It's a soft move. Yes.
Wow.
It's a very timid approach. I understand what he wants. He wants all sorts of ideas with knight to f5, knight to e6, all those discovery attacks on the queen on b6. The problem is, right now what I can do is just get this knight out of the way. I want to get rid of this e5 threat that was really bothering me in the position. And what exactly is his idea in the position? Could it be knight to d5? I think this is the only thing that makes sense. Try to open up the e-file and try to go for the mate. But I'm going to castle, and right now it seems like I'm the one starting my attack as black. I'm going to get the rook on b8. My knight is coming towards a4. My bishop is already beautifully placed on this long diagonal. So you're having some difficulties in the position. Sure, you can take a couple of pawns. You can take both my pawn on h4 or on e7. Let's say you start with bishop takes h4.
Rook
How do you exactly do you defend after this one? Rook to b8, if you go queen c3, knight c5 is coming your way. That's a big problem in the position. Knight to c5 followed by knight to a4. An even better move is a5. Why? Because I want to stop queen to b4. I don't want to give you the opportunity to exchange the queens. And knight c5, knight a4 is coming swiftly. In fact, this position is just busted for white. It doesn't look like it. You're still a couple of moves away from creating any threats, but that's enough. That's enough in this position, and white just simply doesn't have a way to untangle. So, big moment right now if Nodirbek finds the right move, knight to d7, which would, basically relaunch his bid for a potential victory in this one. And we're going to get a double-edged position if he finds knight to d7.
Well, the problem is the alternatives are terrible for black. I think
rook to b8 is the only natural move that you could be looking at, just to set up some ideas.
But then you do allow this.
But then you allow this this transition, yes, which is beneficial for white. Take, and then e5.
Exactly.
You're probably equalizing as black, by the way. So he could be looking at this and thinking, you know what, maybe I won this game. Go into an endgame. Knowing Nodirbek, if he does see the move knight to d7, if he does understand that that keeps the game going, in fact, after knight to d7, also you're starting to understand the bishop on g5 is a bit obsolete there. Knight h5. Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's a completely different.
It's like a really.
That's a bad move.
Bad move.
That is a bad move, guys.
Knight h.
That is a bad move. He just played the move knight to h5.
Do you ever want to see your knight on h5?
So just e5?
e5.
Knight d5? What?
Can we?
Knight h5.
Wait, can I take on e7?
You can definitely take on
That's
e7.
legal.
Yes.
I mean, knight h5 just
ideas,
is a terrible move.
Bishop takes e7 also wins. What I think he wants is after bishop takes, and probably this is what he calculated, bishop takes e7. The idea being that if you take on e7, knight to f5, and with the knight on h5, not on d7, the queen on b6 is not protected.
Right.
And that's a discovery attack, picking up the queen. So what he most likely, and I don't think he missed bishop takes e7, what he most likely calculated is bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, king takes e7. And now it does seem that after f5, I have not only enough compensation, but in fact, I have almost a deadly attack.
A winning attack, yeah.
Yes. So I'm not expecting him to take on e7. The problem for black is that e5 is really strong in the position. e5, in fact, is completely winning. Take. How do you stop ideas of e6? How do you stop ideas of knight
Take
f5?
castle and just sacrifice something to get
Your
the
knight
king
on
to
h5
safety?
is completely out of play.
Yep.
So bishop takes h4.
E7, h4, whichever you want to take.
Yeah.
Everything just plays into white's hands right now.
And then g4 trapping the knight, right?
Let's say he takes on g2, right? Now I can take on e7.
Queen
No
g5.
more bishop takes d4.
Yeah.
So what do you do now? Maybe rook to b8, but now I have both knight to a4 and bishop to b4. Your problem as black in the position is that your king is completely stuck in the center with this bishop on the a3 f8 diagonal. And I will open the position after my next move, which is with some preparation, perhaps e6 at the right moment. It's just bad. And
Knight
you took a pawn on
h5 is a
g2, that
stunner.
does not matter. I took your pawn on e7, which stops the king from going to safety and opens up all sorts of ideas for me. You took the pawn on g2, which does not matter. So that's the difference. If he plays the move e5, I think right now Jorden is looking really good. And perhaps Nodirbek somehow understanding that he made a mistake. Knight d7, a backwards move, not the type of move that Nodirbek likes to make, but he had to do it. And,
Actually, currently, can Jorden even play f5? I'm really struggling
absolutely.
to see what black's
f5
going
is
to do
also
next.
quite strong. Not as strong by any stretch of the imagination.
Because I just want to take on g6 and go knight e6 and finish the game.
Yes. I will put my bishop on e5.
Okay, let's take on g6.
And now I can take on g6, but I also have this nice little trick.
So he has to come up with something
playing
like
f6.
this.
But I can take on g6 as well.
And it's okay for black?
Not really. It's still bad, but it's more okay, let's say.
He
Let's see
has
which one.
played f5.
He played f5.
I guessed his move. It just seems easier. I know we know that e5 was winning, but once I saw f5, I was like, what is black doing after f5?
Yeah, it just feels like one of those moments where you don't have any good moves. And white threats of bishop takes e7, bishop takes h4, they haven't gone away.
Too many threats on the board.
f5.
He has to get the bishop on e5 now. Doesn't
And
seem like
then
there's
that
any
f6 idea was so sneaky. Yeah, I didn't expect that. But also maybe impossible to find for humans at the board.
Which one?
The f6 that you played after f takes g.
Yeah, it's not an easy one.
And you can see body language, Nodirbek definitely not happy with his position.
For sure.
He
And
missed his opportunity. When he goes back, if this one doesn't go his way and he goes back and sees that he missed knight d7, finally when he had the chance to get back into the game, he's not going to be happy about it. Again, this game is far from over, guys.
I do want to go back
Please.
to the leaders to see how Alireza is doing against Prague. We called it kind of an equal position, but I think Prague got a little bit of something in this endgame. Pawn is on a6, right?
that's either any bishop ending with the pawn on a6 is going to
Should
be
be
bad
very good,
news
yeah.
for black. King on e2, I'm assuming that Alireza has prepared his own king march, wants to play king f7 to e6 as soon as possible.
So Prague should try to trade both rooks and go into the bishop endgame, right?
I would assume so. So
Let's try it right away.
So king f7, rook takes d.
It's on the board.
Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Is it? Has this happened already?
King f7 is Prague is still thinking after that.
Okay.
And rook d1.
Rook d1.
Are you going to give me the d file or trade?
Ugh.
You can't give me the d file.
I can't give you the d file. So we're going to trade. I'm going to go king e6. I'm assuming you want to play b4 at some point. Might as well. There are threats of c5 and b5.
Doesn't this feel lost?
It feels terrible, actually.
Because we have a weakness on a7, worse bishop, 3 versus 2.
The only thing that I could imagine is there might be some kind of fortress. It's not so easy for white's king to cross. Like imagining I put my bishop on e7, you put your king on d3. I'll just say...
Especially in a rapid game, I think this would lose more than draw with black.
No, this looks terrible because now I've got some
I have
f4
ideas
ideas.
on the king side too, yeah.
So I'm going to have to play it with f5? Ugh.
Yeah, this is a bit worrisome for Alireza, but Prag didn't play rook d8, he played rook d3. I think he's fighting for the d-file control.
Well, good luck with that. Now that I don't have to trade rook, I'll keep the rook on a. Sorry, rook. I'm telling you, this mouse is going. It's a hate-hate relationship I have with my mouse. Rook takes d3, king takes d3, king e6. So why is it that Prag wanted to keep a pair of rooks on the board? Is he still playing for b4?
I mean, I guess he's not in a rush. He can always go rook d1 and force the trade, right? But
no, because with the king on e6, I'm no longer afraid of rook d7.
Gotcha. You will play bishop d6 or something.
Exactly.
Maybe he wants to play rook e1, f4, put the pressure on the e5 pawn.
Okay.
Create a second weakness.
What are you, a Nimzovich advocate? Create a second weakness. Let me just do a live update here.
Yeah, this is the position. Alireza took on d3.
Wise decision?
Yeah, your computer just doesn't want to cooperate today.
No. And he did play king e6 too. If you play rook e1, you play g4, g5. You play g3, I go bishop d6. Yeah?
Yeah, this is still a fight. I would not call this a draw at all.
No.
Should we check how Gukesh's game going? If his attack worked out or not?
Gukesh is crashing through Anish's defense
Ooh,
right now.
this looks like it's going very favorably for white. Rook a3,
yes.
And check it out. Knight b. Ooh, that is an absolute prime square for the
Knight c5 is coming, followed by b5. How exactly do you set up your defense in this position?
None.
Because
you don't have.
I need 2 moves. Give me 2 moves. I go knight c5, b5, and I'm already at your doorstep.
Oh, 100%. This looks horrifying.
And 2-1 time advantage for Gukesh. Anish in tough spot right now.
Not only that, not only it's a decisive advantage objectively, but also practically so miserable to defend this position because you have no counterplay. You know exactly what's coming your way, knight c5, b5, and there's no way to stop it.
Well, the bishop is hopelessly...
And you have 5 minutes
Yeah.
on the clock.
Yeah.
So you have to figure things out really quickly.
Yeah, the bishop is hopelessly misplaced. If anything, I mean, it's in the way, first of all, on e6. It's a tactical target. If it was to be retained, the bishop should be on c8. Personally, I was expecting bishop takes f3 earlier because this position, no, it's strategically lost.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say. Knight c5 and b5 and you resign. It's goodbye. Oh.
Well, if Gukesh wins this, that'll be 2 wins in a row. Big turnaround for him.
Yeah.
Slow start.
Definitely. In fact, seriously, things are so desperate for black. I would be very seriously contemplating bishop takes h3 and, just rolling the dice. Yeah. But let's pause our analysis and throw it to you, Maurice in Zagreb.
Thanks, Yaz. And just talking about Gukesh a bit, it's interesting, or I don't know if the word is interesting, but it seems as though a lot of us don't want to talk about really sort of the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Gukesh is the world chess champion, but he has played nothing like it in the last several months. And this young man, who is such an absolute inspiration to millions, I mean, he just showed incredible class in how he marched to the World Championship title, winning the candidates, getting gold for his country in the Olympics, and then that incredible win in Singapore when he took down Ding Liren in order to take the title. But since then, he's had on and off results, and mostly off. And everyone's waiting to see, when will Gukesh come back to form? When will he play like the Gukesh we saw, who just had that meteoric rise? And even in this event, his very first game, he loses to Maxime right out the gate. And it's as though nobody wants to say anything about it, because we know that he's just been struggling. We're waiting for the confident Gukesh we saw from the past. That game against Foreest in the last round that he was able to somehow win. Maybe another win against Anish will start to gain some confidence in this young man. He has a huge world championship match to play as he defends his title against Vachier-Lagrave, who's a tour participant right here. But we can't wait to see that old Gukesh, which, by the way, he's only 20, so he's the young old Gukesh we're looking for. Maybe this will be the start of a turnaround of his fortunes. Guys?
Absolutely. We like the return of an informed world champion. Yes, absolutely. I've been looking at the position that Anish has, and I got to tell you, it really feels bad. I mean, everything has gone wrong. Gukesh is ready for knight c5. I'm desperado. I'm playing bishop takes
down
h3.
To 1 minute, by the way.
He played queen to d6. Okay, he's recognizing that he's going to seize the defensive with bishop c8.
Anish is one of those players whose time management is always great. He's almost never in time trouble or below his opponent. So this is just clear indicator he's in huge trouble.
Absolutely. When you see that, just as you described it, he doesn't get into time trouble unless his position's lousy. Knight c5 plays itself if, as we suspect, Anish wants to drop back with his bishop. Well, you know, again, these are just happy moves. And anytime the b file just is open, it's going to be a checkmate down the b file. So at the moment, Gukesh is in cruise control. And like you say, back-to-back.
Who is playing for a victory in Van Foreest versus Abdusattorov is my question to you guys.
Oh, no.
I'm seeing a lot of opportunities to repeat the position. And it seems like Abdusattorov is the one that's trying to get out of it somehow. If you can back a few moves. For example, right now, knight a4, queen a5, knight c3, queen to b6 was somewhat of an invitation for a repetition. Abdusattorov shied away with bishop a8. King a2, queen b6, knight a4. Abdusattorov is the one thinking, if I go queen a5, knight c3, then maybe I will repeat the position. But he wants more. It seems like he wants more. Queen a5 really needs to be played in the position. Nothing else makes sense right now. And in fact, if you play any other move, I'm just going to pick up the pawn on h4. I'm going to have a tremendous advantage as white. So keep going queen a5, which I think he did.
He is down to 3 minutes.
Knight c3, another repetition. Queen to b6. Are we seeing a different move?
No,
knight
we
a4.
saw knight a4. So this game it's about both players are about to claim three-move repetition.
Last moment.
Yeah.
Last moment right now. He can play b3.
By the way, I've been told that Daniel is back to his habitual time trouble, so all is well with the world.
We're back to
normal. Yeah.
Nothing out of the ordinary there.
Okay, we're expecting that somebody's going to claim a draw in that
Jordan's
one.
looking at the screen, maybe checking others' games. I'm not sure.
No, he's trying to figure out if knight c3 is a threefold repetition.
I see.
He's just trying to see whether he should call the arbiter.
Very sad, this exciting game to end in a draw, but that's what chess is, right? You have such explosive games, and then
Well, I think
Usually
when Jorden gets back to his room, he's just going to realize I had just a winning advantage in several different ways.
And knight c3, by the way, would
in
be
several
a
different
3-4
games
repetition.
as well.
I'm going to switch to the game of Vincent and Daniel, because that's so big for our standings, and just try to understand what's going on. Well, it's not a bad position at all for Bogdan.
The pawn on b4 is still great, the knight on d5.
Absolutely. I mean, people who play the Open Sicilians will just love
See, I
Black's
mentioned
position.
earlier that pawn on g7, king might become weak at some point. He put the bishop on f8, so forget about the attack on the king.
Exactly. I mean, it's the Magnus Carlsen school of chess, where Magnus was playing against.
I think this
in the
game
World
is
Championship,
still
putting a
quite
bishop on f8.
balanced, right? Should we move to Anish? Because Anish is really in trouble, and perhaps we will catch Gukesh's second victory in a row. Well, back-to-back victory.
Ooh.
Let's go. Wow, b5 happened, knights on c5. And now what does Gukesh need to do to fully break through?
Well, it was a
a6?
strange thing. He played b5 and then.
This did end in a draw, Jorden claimed.
Yes. And I think Jordan's just suffering a confidence crisis at the moment. Okay, a6. Ooh, this looks like a great. I mean,
I can see Gukesh is looking at them too.
Yeah.
Because they're analyzing it could be disturbing him. Yeah. He's sitting right next to them. We're talking about Gukesh's game against Anish.
Yeah, he's just
well,
played.
Gukesh is picking up the exchange right now. Is what he's trying to do. A6, b6, knight b7.
Or just pick up the exchange. But do we get to still keep attacking the king?
That's
or
the
is
question.
that over after b6?
I mean,
think it is.
Losing the exchange isn't the end of the world.
It feels like a relief almost that you're not getting mated.
Except there's an a7.
I don't know if I want to play a7 necessarily, but I will go d4 first. I want to get my pieces in the center, my pieces towards your king once again.
So you want to go queen e7?
Yes. So knight b7, queen e7, I pick up that rook
take
on
the rook.
d8, and then I go immediately d4.
You're not afraid of knight c6 check?
Sorry, knight where?
Am I following your analysis or?
Yes, rook takes d8.
Rook takes d8 and then d4.
And now
right?
d4.
By the way, Anish is down to 10 seconds.
D4
I have
white.
a7 check?
Yeah, I guess Black just ignores that.
Like
Let's try
But
to. Yeah, they're
a7
following
I go
this
king
line.
b7, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Except after knight b7, Anish went queen e6 instead of queen e7.
Sorry, I'll just hit my live button.
Your live's not working.
My live.
I think we need to pull up
Queen to
Christian's
e6, yes.
board.
Queen to e6, knight takes d8. We're expecting rook takes d8, of course.
Okay.
Knight d8 hasn't happened yet, though, right?
It hasn't happened, but
Yeah.
once you said A, you have to continue with B. So knight b7, you're probably not going to want to allow the rook to escape with the rook to c8, and then knight would be trapped on b7. So take that rook first, and then just open up the position with d4.
Makes a lot of sense.
Or you can even go a7 first, as you guys have been proposing, get the king to b7, and then follow it up with d4.
Yeah.
That makes sense as well, and that's the problem. Once I play d4, you take on d4, I take with the knight on d4, all of my pieces are once again focused on your king. And it does seem like that could be overwhelming for your defense as black. So Anish still in big trouble, Gukesh in full control in this one, and I think they're blitzing out some moves.
Yeah, Gukesh went d4 without a7, and then...
queen a2 was Anish's response.
Instantly, too, by the way.
But is that a good move?
He needs to play quite quickly. He has only 44 seconds on his clock.
What if I go after the c7 pawn now?
That's a very good question. Rook c1 would be a very natural
Do you still want to
follow-up.
throw a7 in there?
I've been thinking about it ever since it crossed my mind. But
Rook to c1 on the board?
Rook to c1. At the moment, I'm happy with the pawn on a6.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking if you capture on d4, maybe even queen takes d4, because rook take...
No, because now black queen is so misplaced and abandoned its pieces in the center.
Precisely.
Yeah. 24 seconds for Anish, but trouble is on the board.
Trouble's brewing.
Rook c8, just defend the pawn. Knight f4, okay, he's trying to
Knight
complicate the
f4.
position a little bit, but
We do have rook
do we have
c2.
rook c2? Yeah. Or king h2. I like prophylaxis moves. Just get the king out of there.
No, I like rook c2. Rook c2 and rook takes c7.
Ooh, you can also play a7 now.
Should we not go a7?
Yeah, a7 now looks the best.
Ooh. Actually,
Looks compelling, right?
A7 is very compelling. Rook takes c7, knight e2 check. There's no beautiful checkmates, right?
Could we follow up with I think we're on your board right now, yes, sir.
Oh, if you don't mind me making some moves, I would love to play.
Let's just update the board.
For sure.
See where we
It
stand.
doesn't like updating. It really doesn't like updating for
Click
some
live
reason.
one more time.
One more time.
There we go. King h2 was played.
King h2. Take that back for just a moment. Now we have no time, so we'll
4
just...
seconds for Anish. We gotta watch the live.
Yeah, we'll just leave it.
Queen takes a6. Okay. Played with 2 seconds on his clock.
2 seconds.
2 seconds on his clock.
Okay, rook take on c7.
Of course. He's completely busted.
By the way, taking on e5 is not too shabby
Not the worst,
either.
yeah. But
No,
after
I will
he takes
take on
c7,
c7. It's
yeah.
just 100%.
Live in black with double B pawns and the open black.
Well, the
king.
problem with taking on e5 is you allow knight e6, and then I keep my pawns connected. You're still completely winning, but I don't want to see those pawns connected. If I can take on c7, let me take on c7 and try to break your position open.
Agreed.
But Gukesh has plenty of time to think. He takes on c7, knight e6. Now just drop back, right? Probably, this is, I'm only suggesting it because to prove a point that even rook d7 is probably winning.
Yeah.
That's how good his position is.
It's really that good.
Queen to c2.
But I love this
Sorry,
move.
rook to c2.
Now the idea of taking over the A file I find very compelling. So I'm looking at moves like, for example, queen b3 and rook a2 and rook a1, that type of thing.
b4. But now, let me take another
take on
pawn.
e5.
Takes e5. Not only that, but I'm opening up the way for my knight to get into the attack.
Terrible, terrible.
Yep.
It's just
Bringing one last piece into the game.
It's a full disaster now for Anish. Rook a2.
Rook d2 also, we're
Rook
up material.
d2.
Let's trade pieces.
Yeah.
First thing you learn, right?
yeah. It's a formula that's worked for 1,500 years. Went ahead, trade pieces.
Yeah, I would take on
That's
c8.
actually true. It never changed.
It never changed.
That's one of the things about chess that remained literally the
True,
same.
yeah.
Have an advantage, exchange
I think
pieces.
rook d6 is also tempting. Right
Irresistible. I would, tempting, never mind, irresistible.
Black doesn't even have a knight c5. You could just take that.
Well, rook d6 gives you the idea of rook takes b6.
He's done it.
Which is, once you see it, you can't unsee
The
it.
resignation. Gukesh goes 2 wins in a row.
Nice way to finish our day. Congratulations to the world champion, Gukesh. Very, very nice finish. Where would you like us to go?
Vincent against Daniel. Daniel's, of course, in time trouble, down to 14 seconds. By the way, if the viewers are wondering why we're not following the leader, it's because Pragg and Alireza, it's very balanced, equal endgame, and nothing exciting has happened in a while.
And we've got lots of exciting games otherwise.
Yeah.
And we will be going to that in a few as well. And it does seem like Pragg is at least putting some pressure on the clock because Alireza is down to his last 20 seconds in that one. So, in fact, there are some critical moments in that game. Perhaps we can
I think this
glance
is
at
more
that
exciting. Let's put the knight on g6. Can Vincent create something on the king side? He's going for it.
He's going for it.
Do you leave the bishop on f8 or?
Well, he has 10 seconds to decide.
I'd like to ask, why is bishop c5 bad?
It's not. Bishop c5 was played.
For the moment, I'm...
Like visually, white looks better.
Visually,
On the king side.
the knight on g6 especially stands out.
But I don't see a way to break through. I think he just needs to keep playing.
Queen
And
E2.
hoping that in time trouble, eventually Daniel makes a mistake.
Exactly. Well, that's the idea. Just keep up the pressure. Queen E2 is a subtle little move that maybe he wanted to play
that was
Queen
a
E5.
mistake. Look at the Valbar jumped all the way up.
I saw that.
Apparently winning now.
G4 right now is a tremendous move undermining Black's position, Black's defensive position, defensive
G4
setup.
is hard
He does
to
not
play.
find it very difficult move to find. Bishop E5 also a good move.
It's a very good move, Bishop E5 as well. And he can go G4 now. It looks safer.
That's the way to break open the position, G4. If he didn't see it the first time, I'm not sure if he's going to be looking in that direction. G4 is a tremendous move. Will he find it is a big question.
It's not about even finding, it's whether or not he's willing to risk it a little bit, because it does weaken his king.
Wait, what did he play?
What?
That's nice.
Okay,
Bishop
nice,
D4,
tricky,
Bishop
but
D6. Maybe we can show that just quickly after Bishop to D4, if he would have taken the Bishop on D4, Bishop takes D5.
That was the idea, yes.
a
But now he's chosen something different. No, so G4 completely out of his mind. He's going for Queen
He's
C4.
not thinking. He's not thinking about G4 at all. He's not looking in that direction.
Queen C6.
I like this move, Queen to C4, though.
Bishop A6, good response.
A6.
We
Wow.
trade the queens.
Deac is playing the best moves
Of
with
course.
seconds on his clock.
As he does.
As he usually does, indeed.
That was a major success for Bogdan to trade queens. Just take the queen on E2 and the queen on C8 off the board. I thought that White's queen was far more dangerous.
There's so much less pressure right now on his position. There's no more
Knight G6,
E6 weakness. There's
leveraging.
no more mate attacks coming down the G file after G4.
Yeah, this
None
is
of that.
really simplified. Should we switch to Prague Alireza?
Let's do it.
They are the leaders.
Ooh, he's knocking at the door right now. Look at that pawn on B5.
It's a bit scary looking, but
Okay, I don't know if this is the live position.
We haven't moved
that is the live
yet
position. We
from
just
the board, but yes, we're watching
don't
Prague
have
versus
on camera.
Alireza right now.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the video and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not the position.
Alireza
We
down
have
to 7
switched.
seconds. We need to go there now.
Prague
versus
Alireza.
Alireza. We are following that game right now.
6 seconds
some
for
issues. There
Ali,
we go.
3 seconds for, ooh, 1 second.
Will he make it? Bishop C5.
He played it with
Almost lost
1
the time.
second.
Now after Bishop C3, White is also winning positionally.
Yes.
E5 pawn is
Wow, and what a turnaround for Prague.
Even though giving that check on G6 right now feels so natural,
How
I would
do you
give that check on
resist?
G6.
How do you
probably
resist?
instead
also
of
looks very
playing the
good.
move
Check,
Bishop to
Rook
C3.
H6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Rook G6 up followed by Rook H6.
But the
I
rook
would
on
go that
C7
direction.
is so terribly misplaced. Bishop C3. The rook G6 idea is not going away. Oof, oof. This is a winning,
Rook G6.
winning opportunity, and he's done it. Prague found Rook G6.
King F7, okay.
Is there a Rook C6 sighting? No, Rook C6 is
Well, perhaps I can
not
do that,
necessary.
but first I'm going to try to drag your king all the way
Agreed.
to G7, and then I will
100%.
go Rook to C6.
Agreed. That would be nice. 9 seconds for our tournament leader.
5, 4 ticking down.
Wow.
Rook
Rook
C8.
C8.
Rook
He finds the
C8.
best move in the position. Wow. This
But-
is quite impressive, I have to say.
Of course, Alireza is an amazing bullet player. Do we take E5?
H5?
Do we give a check?
Which one? Where do we go from
Check
here?
is just to gain time. It doesn't change the position. But yeah, which pawn do we take?
I guess E5. King takes
Taking on E5, Black would have the tremendous response, Bishop G1. Looking
Well-
at ideas of C3 and taking on H2. So let's see if he finds it.
He has captured
That's such
on
a difficult
E5.
move to find.
What a move. Bishop G1. It never crossed my mind.
Yes, of course. Rook to B8.
Rook to
It's so
B8.
difficult to play that move.
Wow.
Rook B8. Now what do we do? King D5?
Big moment
maybe?
right now.
That's
King D5 is a tremendous opportunity
Prague
for White.
also down to 7 seconds. 5. He gave a check. He's going to gain some. What?
Whoa, whoa. Rook B7. defends the...
Rook d8 only
I like
move.
this. Rook d8.
Challenge
Only
is
move.
found.
But Prague is, he's got one thing on his mind, and that's playing the move b6 and a7.
Keep the rook on the d file. If you move off the d file, you're lost. Rook d3 or rook d1, both of them are fine.
Rook d3, he's
he
played
finds
it. With no time on his clock, these guys keep finding
He finds
the best moves each and every time. It's